Chapter 24. What do you all think of today's matter? The first elder was still sitting at the head of the table. He looked at the other elders and asked. The elders hesitated, not knowing how to answer. The truth was right there. How could they explain? They were all elders, not idiots. They couldn't lie through their teeth. Thus, the gazes of the other elders all turned to the second elder. Everything was caused by the second elder, so it was up to him to explain. This was an accident. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Zichen's talent is not bad, but Wu Sheng's talent is not ordinary either. After thinking for a while, the second elder slowly said, Wu Sheng is my grandson. He can give up the first place, but the core disciple spot must be his. I beg the first elder and the other elders to agree. The second elder bowed to the elders. The first elder didn't move. The other elders all stood up. They didn't dare to accept this bow. Although Zichen's talent is not bad, he hasn't been in the Nimbus martial ancestor for a long time. Although his talent is enough to enter the inner sect, his loyalty still needs to be tested. One of the elders suddenly said, That's right. Wu Sheng's talent is also very high. He's also the second elder's grandson. He's even stronger than Zichen. His loyalty can definitely be guaranteed. Therefore, I think this spot should be given to Wu Sheng. I agree. This year's spot was originally prepared for Wu Sheng. The elders all said. What do you all mean? The first elder looked at them. I hope the first elder will agree to Wu Sheng's request. The elders all said. The first elder was silent. He didn't say anything. He seemed to be thinking. Sigh. Both of them are very talented. Unfortunately, the sect leader isn't here. We only have one spot, so we have to give up one. However, it's not a loss for the inner sect. It can be considered as an experience. After a long time, the first elder sighed. His eyes were filled with regret. The scene became silent again. If the first elder feels that this is inappropriate and can't convince the other disciples, we can try to give Zichen some rewards. For example, contribution points. An elder said softly. After a long discussion, the great elder finally nodded. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow, Elder Wu will announce this order on my behalf. We'll give you 20 contribution points. The Nimbus martial ancestors' contribution points were exclusive to the inner sect disciples. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 1 Qi returning pill, and 2 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 true Qi Dan. But a 500-year-old snow ginseng, if exchanged for contribution points, would only be worth 20 points, which could be exchanged for 10 true Qi Dans. Yes, Great Elder is wise. The group of elders nodded. The first elder left directly, and then the other elders left one after another. Zichen, you have actually caused this old man to lose so much face today. Fate, the second elder, who had maintained a faint smile as he watched the group of elders leave, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Today's bow could be said to have caused him to lose a great deal of face. He would remember this debt to Zichen. That night, Zichen was unable to sleep for a long time. He spent the night in a state of restlessness. The next morning, on the same high platform, many disciples had already gathered. They wanted to see how yesterday's matter would be judged. There were many disciples here, and many of them didn't have any background. If today's matter wasn't given an explanation, then many disciples' hearts would turn cold. When Wu Sheng came out, cheers rang out, but there weren't as many cheers as yesterday. There were even some disciples who coldly looked at Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's expression was calm, and he calmly walked to the side of the high platform. The elders were already waiting there, but there was no trace of the first elder. Sitting in the middle was the second elder. Wu Sheng was calm, but when he saw the second elder sitting at the head seat, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. H, truly shameless. Isn't it just a relationship? In the distance, Lin Shui let out a dissatisfied cold snort. As for Miao Kong, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. The appearance of the elders today was enough to explain everything. Zichen soon appeared, and the crowd cheered. The cheers were very loud, even louder than yesterday's boos. Those who cheered were the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who didn't have any background. They all practiced third-rate martial arts. Zichen's battle yesterday had made him famous, and they were all proud of Zichen. At the same time, Zichen's ability to use a third-rate martial arts to defeat a second-rate martial arts gave those disciples without any background hope. Zichen stood side by side with Wu Sheng. Last night, Zichen's mind was a bit dispirited, but when he suddenly saw the second elder, Zichen calmed down. In his heart, he already had a guess. Background? Zichen bitterly smiled in his heart, but he could only accept reality. He comforted himself in his heart that being able to get first place was already pretty good. Yesterday, due to some delays, we were unable to make a ranking. I am very sorry. After a night of research by the elders, in accordance with the principle of fairness, we have made the following rankings. The second elder stood on the high platform and began to speak. First place, Zichen. When the second elder finished speaking, the crowd burst into cheers. Waves of cheers spread through the air. The second place is Wu Sheng, who lost by a fluke. What a pity, Wu Sheng just accidentally fell off the battle platform, the second elder said. This time, the cheers were a lot weaker. Occasionally, there would be one or two boos from the crowd. Hearing these boos, Wu Sheng and the second elder's face became very ugly. Third place, Lin Shui. Fourth place, Miao Kong. Fifth place, Wang Xiong. Sixth place, Ku Shui. Seventh place. 10th place, Lu Ben. The rankings had already been announced, and the cheers from the crowd finally stopped. However, no one left. There was still a highlight that hadn't appeared yet. Who would be lucky enough to enter the core and become a core disciple? If it was in the past, they would have said Zichen without hesitation. However, after yesterday's incident, and today's incident, no one was confident in their hearts. Alright, the rankings have been announced. I hope that the 10 of you will continue to create glory. Next, we will announce who is lucky enough to become a core disciple. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the second elder looked at Zichen and praised, if there is no accident, this person will be Zichen. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. Waves of cheers came one after another. They thought that the second elder had chosen Zichen. Just as some people were puzzled and most people were about to cheer, the second elder said a but. But. A but. The uproar of the crowd instantly calmed down, and they all stared at the second elder. However, after a night of research by the elders, through strength, age, and jinqi, we found that there is a more suitable candidate. Strange looks came from the crowd. There was pity, ridicule, disdain, and also gloating. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had already expected this and didn't lose his composure. This person is younger than Zichen, stronger than Zichen, and stronger than Zichen. His jinqi and battle skills are much higher than Zichen's, Wu Sheng. The second elder said excitedly, our genius Wu Sheng has become a core disciple. The crowd began to cheer. These people all wanted to curry favor with Wu Sheng, but some also wanted to curry favor with him. The crowd stopped booing. Since the elders had already decided, Wu Sheng would definitely become a core disciple. No one would dare to provoke him again. Today, the fact that they didn't cheer with the others was already indirectly supporting Zichen. The elders' trick was too obvious. Everyone was well aware of it, but no one had the strength to refute it. Zichen was very calm. He had already imagined this scene countless times last night. The second elder's speech wasn't over yet. After congratulating Wu Sheng, he turned to Zichen and said, Zichen's talent is outstanding. Unfortunately, there is only one spot for core disciples. Therefore, after a night of discussion, we elders have decided to give Zichen some compensation. Zichen raised his head in surprise. The disciples who had been dejected earlier also raised their heads in surprise. They were secretly cursing the elders for spending an entire night discussing with each other. After once again attracting everyone's attention, the second elder said, we have decided to give Zichen 10 contribution points as compensation. 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 5 jinqi pills. This was a decent amount of compensation, but compared to a spot as a core disciple, it wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Zichen, Why aren't you thanking us? It wasn't easy for me to get this compensation for you. Seeing Zi Chen standing there in a daze without any reaction, the second elder said unhappily. Zi Chen reacted and hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, second elder, thank you, elders, thank you, Nimbus martial ancestor, for nurturing me." The elders were very satisfied with Zi Chen's reply. Beside him, Wu Sheng sneered, his smile was full of disdain. Having talent but no background, what's the use of that? The inner disciple exam ended just like that. Some were happy, some were sad. Many disciples saw the reality. The reward for first place and the spot as a core disciple were all prepared by the second elder for Wu Sheng. However, man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly, Zi Chen appeared. He was strong enough, and his talent was high enough. Unfortunately, Zi Chen didn't have a background, so he only got first place and didn't enter the core disciple exam. Apart from this, no one knew that Zi Chen deserved 20 contribution points and not 10. Wang Xiong sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He left with Wang Meng and the others. When he returned, he would plan on how to kill Zi Chen. Su Mengyaro also left. She had long since expected this. Chen Feng also left. Zi Chen, are you alright? Be happy. This world is like this. Miao Kong walked over and patted Zi Chen's shoulder to comfort him. Zi Chen gently smiled. Lin Shui walked over with red eyes. She wanted to help Zi Chen, but she was powerless. Even Su Mengyaro couldn't do anything, let alone her. The elders also left. Now it was time to receive his reward. 5 true chi pills, a first-rate battle skill, and 10 contribution points. Thinking of his own reward, Zi Chen's disappointed heart was somewhat comforted. "Let's go and receive our reward first," Miao Kong said. Zi Chen nodded and the three of them left together. Chapter 25. The place to receive the rewards was in a huge courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and there were many pavilions, all of which were several stories high. Here, one could exchange contribution points for other things, such as medicinal pills, battle skills, weapons, and so on. When Zi Chen arrived, there were already more than 10 people gathered here. Some of them were inner disciples who came to exchange contribution points, while others were the top 10 contenders who came to receive their rewards. Seeing Zi Chen arrive, everyone's expression changed slightly. Their faces were a little strange. At this moment, Wu Sheng walked out. After seeing Zi Chen, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. He said sarcastically, "What a pity, a core disciple spot is gone just like that. So what if you're strong? Without a backer, you're not even worth a fart." Zi Chen's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared at Wu Sheng. Miao Kong did not say anything. His expression was indifferent, as if he had already seen through everything. "PH, isn't it just because you have the support of an elder? What's so great about that? 6th level Zhen Qi and a second-rate battle skill can't beat Zi Chen. I really don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. If I were you, I would have followed behind an elder to save myself from embarrassment." Lin Shui sneered and said sarcastically, "PH, how dare you?" Wu Sheng's expression instantly turned gloomy. Lin Shui had touched his sore spot. Although he had successfully entered the core today, he would inevitably be ridiculed by others in the future. "Zi Chen, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. You better pray sincerely that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." Wu Sheng pointed his spear at Zi Chen again. "Yes, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. You've already lost today. If you meet me in the future, you'll also lose. If we really have a chance to fight next time, I won't hold back. If I beat you to death, I don't know if anyone will fight with me for a spot." Zi Chen replied coldly. He then swung his sleeves and walked forward confidently. "It's over. This guy doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to talk back to a core disciple. He's really going to die. It's inevitable that he would complain about his spot being taken away. Unfortunately, the weak don't have the right to complain. Zi Chen is finished. Once they enter the core, they will be fully nurtured by the sect. The pills they will use are completely unknown. Until they reach the Xiantian realm, The gap between them will only grow bigger and bigger. Discussions broke out all around, but Zi Chen could no longer hear them. In front of Zi Chen stood a young man in white. He was an inner disciple, but Zi Chen couldn't see through his strength. Why is it 4 true qi dans and 8 contribution points? Zi Chen glared at the other party, his eyes filled with anger as he coldly asked. The reward for first place was clearly 5 true qi dans, and I was also compensated with 10 contribution points. Why is it so little? At the side, there were many people who were watching the show. Brat, don't bother. This is the rule here. Senior brother Luo Men is not obligated to give you contribution points. That's right. What do you think this is? A charity hall? Senior brother Luo Men is just taking his reward. Everyone warned. Rather than calling it a reward, it was better to call it a cut. I've been cheated again. Zi Chen was furious. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the young man in front of him. That's all. Luo Men lightly said. Embezzlement had almost become a habit. Many inner disciples were aware of this, and although they were unwilling, they still accepted it. But who would have thought that Zi Chen wouldn't agree, and instead questioned him? If I don't get what I deserve, I will go find an elder. Zi Chen was still cold and indifferent. Facing an elder, he could retreat. He could give up the core disciple spot. But if he was bullied by an inner disciple, then his future days would be even more difficult. He would be bullied every day. Zi Chen, forget it. You already have enough enemies. I'll give you the true qi dans. Nearby, Miao Kong sighed and whispered. Zi Chen shook his head and firmly said, I have to get what I deserve from him. I have many enemies, so I don't care about one more. Luo Men's face instantly fell. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The surrounding spectators had a trace of pity in their eyes. This guy has been provoked today. He is like a mad dog, biting whoever he sees. Just now he bit Wu Sheng, and now he wants to bite senior brother Luo Men. What a pity. If he had a backer, then he would have the qualifications to be arrogant. But without a backer, no one can protect him. It's over. A genius is going to disappear. Facing the surrounding discussions, Zi Chen turned a deaf ear. Whether it was fighting or perseverance, today he must get what he deserved. Good boy, you are ruthless. Luo Men's eyes constantly changed. Finally, he compromised. Luo Men also gave him 2 contribution points and a true qi dan. If it was a normal situation, Luo Men would naturally not compromise, but Zi Chen was a bit special. If he went to the elders would naturally support him. What about the first-rate combat skills? Zi Chen asked. Humph, wait, I'll go get them. Luo Men sneered. He glanced at the prepared first-rate combat skills in the cabinet below. Then, he turned around and walked towards the martial skills pavilion. A moment later, Luo Men returned with a secret manual. For you. First-rate combat skills. After 3 months, remember to return it. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Luo Men threw the combat skill on the table. The surface of the secret manual emitted a faint silver light, and a mysterious energy circulated around it. When the secret manual appeared, the hall seemed to have an additional oppressive aura. The big words on the manual were like thunder, constantly flashing. This was an extraordinary secret manual. This is Thunderbolt Finger. Oh my god, senior brother Luo Men actually took out Thunderbolt Finger. Gasps could be heard from all around as they looked at Luo Men in shock. Thunderbolt Finger was a first-rate combat skill. It was also recognized as the strongest first-rate combat skill in the Nimbus martial ancestor. At the same time, it was also recognized as the most useless first-rate combat skill. This was because many years ago, it was very powerful. There had always been a rumor that it was a Xiantian combat skill. Unfortunately, it lacked the moves at the back and had become useless. Therefore, it was classified as a first-rate combat skill. However, if it was mastered, it would still be very powerful. Unfortunately, after so many years, no one in the entire Nimbus martial ancestor had been able to master Thunderbolt Finger. Over time, this strongest combat skill had become the most useless combat skill. Today, Luo Men took out this battle skill. It was obvious that he wanted to take revenge on Zichen for making him look bad. What a pity. For a true Qi Dan and 2 contribution points, he missed out on a first-rate combat skill and took back a useless combat skill. This time, Zichen has suffered a great loss. The surrounding discussions were accompanied by cold laughter. Zichen was already unlucky enough, but who would have thought that there would be a problem with the combat skill? He clearly had a first-rate combat skill, but it was even worse than a third-rate combat skill. Zichen heard the discussions, but he didn't show any expression. As if he was angry, he didn't even look and put away the combat skill. At the same time, Zichen said to Luo Men, I have 10 contribution points to exchange for 4 true Qi Dans and 2 Qi recovery Dans. Humph. Luo Men's lips curled and he sneered. After giving Zichen the items he wanted, Zichen left. He left in a hurry, walking very fast. In the eyes of others, Zichen was afraid, but Zichen knew that if he walked any slower, he would not be able to hold back his laughter. Thunderbolt Finger. For others, it was a useless combat skill, but Zichen felt the power of lightning from it. At the same time, he also felt a sense of familiarity. The aura of the book was the same as the energy in his body. This battle skill was tailor-made for people like Zichen, who practiced lightning-type cultivation methods. You guys can leave. Don't come looking for me in the future. After Zichen walked out of the door, he hurriedly left. At the same time, he left Lin Shui and Miao Kong who were following closely behind him, and his figure slowly disappeared. You. Seeing Zichen disappear, Lin Shui was angry again, her eyes red. He doesn't want to implicate us. In just 2 short days, he has offended many people. Miao Kong indifferently said. Then what do we do? Do we just watch him die? Lin Shui asked. Besides this, we don't have a better way. The only thing we can do is to cultivate diligently and not disturb him. In the outer sect, Zichen handled things very calmly. Today's matter is against his character, but I think he is not an impulsive person. Maybe he already has a solution. Miao Kong said. What solution can he have? He can only wait for death. No, I have to go find senior sister and ask her to save Zichen. After saying that, Lin Shui anxiously left. Miao Kong shook his head, sighed and muttered, Zichen, I believe you will not die. Don't let me down. After saying that, Miao Kong left. Zichen hurriedly returned to his residence and closed the door. He had just entered the inner sect. Although he had provoked some people, they would not immediately take action. Therefore, Zichen wanted to increase his strength before they took action. Currently, he had the strength to fight against 6th-stage True Qi. Once he refined 9 True Qi Dans, his strength would increase again. Even if he could not break through to 7th-stage True Qi, he would at least reach the peak of 6th-stage True Qi. Sitting cross-legged, he lowered his head and calmed himself down. After that, he swallowed a True Qi Dan. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was circulating. After half a cycle, the True Qi Dan's energy was absorbed by his heart. A moment later, with the beating of his heart, a pure energy rushed to Zichen's limbs and bones. After a quarter of an hour, Zichen successfully refined a True Qi Dan. At the same time, the second True Qi Dan entered his stomach. With the continuous infusion of True Qi, the True Qi Dans decreased one by one. Time slowly passed. When the 5th True Qi Dan was completely refined, Zichen felt that his body had undergone another transformation. This time, Zichen could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. It seemed that he had reached the limit of a 6th-level vicious beast and was about to break through to the 7th level. When the 7th True Qi Dan was also refined by Zichen, a suction force appeared on Zichen's body. The energy of heaven and earth in the entire room began to surge and was absorbed by Zichen's body. In abdomen, the True Qi that had reached the limit once again underwent a transformation. The True Qi quality became even higher. At the same time, the electric snakes in the True Qi seemed to become more and more distinct. True Qi 6th level. By the time Zichen opened his eyes, he had already broken through and refined the 7 True Qi Dans. Only half a day and a night had passed, nothing more. Chapter 26. Half a day and a night ago. After Zichen left, Xuelin went to find Su Mengyao. The same building, the same fragrance, the same mood. Senior sister, please think of a way to save Zichen. Xuelin said anxiously as soon as she came in. There were not many people who dared to walk into Su Mengyao's room, but Xuelin was definitely one of them. What's wrong, Xuer? What happened to Zichen? Su Mengyao was wearing a spotless white dress, sitting quietly on the chair. She asked softly when she saw Xuelin. He offended someone again. Xuelin told her everything that happened after that. First, he offended Wang Meng, then Wang Xiong, then Wu Sheng, and finally Luo Men. Su Mengyao frowned as she listened. After a while, she said lightly, "Didn't you say that Zichen was very calm before? Why is he so impulsive now? If he has a way to solve this problem, that's good. If he doesn't and is just acting on impulse, then there's no need to care about him. This kind of person who doesn't consider the consequences will die a horrible death the next time even if we save him once. This kind of arrogant behavior can't even be compared to those second generations. At least they have a background and have the capital to be arrogant. What does he have?" Su Mengyao's words were not polite, but Xuelin could not refute it. In fact, she agreed with Su Mengyao's point of view. Today, Zichen did not consider the way he handled things. But Zichen's actions are pardonable. After all, his spot was taken away. Xuelin said unwillingly. Su Mengyao said, because the spot was taken away, he should be calm instead of acting on impulse. The spot is important, but if you lose your life, what's the use of the spot? Suddenly, Su Mengyao chuckled and said, but Zichen is right about one thing. If Wu Sheng is really killed, then no one will compete with him for the spot. But no one will compete for the spot, which will incur the anger of the second elder. Maybe he will be accused of killing a fellow disciple and be expelled from the sect. Xuelin left in frustration. She had no other way to help Zichen, at least not in a short time. It all depends on Zichen. At the same time, Wang Xiong and the rest gathered together. What the F***ck is Zichen doing? Is he a mad dog? Wang Meng couldn't help but curse. He hated Zichen to the core. He was at the 6th stage of the true energy stage and had a second-rate battle skill, yet he had gotten 5th place in this competition. This was truly a disgrace. A group of people gathered together to discuss how to deal with Zichen. However, they had just heard that Zichen had offended Wu Sheng and Luo Men. Everyone knew who Wu Sheng was. He was the second elder's subordinate and a core disciple, so no one dared to touch him. As for Luo Men, he was naturally extraordinary to be assigned to the most lucrative position in the inner sect. Although he was at true Qi level 8, he was definitely not someone Wang Xiong could compare to. Zichen has offended the two of them, so there's no way he'll survive. However, they won't make a move anytime soon, so why don't we make the first move? Wang Xiong suggested. Zichen had offended him before, so he naturally wouldn't let Zichen go. In addition, if they killed Zichen, they might be able to curry favor with Luo Men and Wu Sheng, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If we kill Zichen, won't senior brother Luo Men and Wu Sheng be dissatisfied? Someone asked worriedly. No, because of their status, they can't immediately deal with Zichen, so they can't wait for Zichen to die. Wang Xiong said. Good, Wei Ling, we'll go kill him now. A youth suddenly stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wei Ling, you go. You're at the 6th stage of the true energy stage. Did you break through? Wang Xiong looked at Wei Ling in surprise. I just broke through yesterday and am at the 7th stage of the true energy stage. It's enough to deal with Zichen. Wei Ling smiled confidently. I'll go deal with him now. You're crazy. This is only the first day, and you're already going to kill him. You should at least wait until tomorrow morning. Wang Xiong glared. I forgot. Then I'll let him live for one more day. Wei Ling laughed. The next morning, Wei Ling arrived at the door of Zichen's room early in the morning. Zichen, come out. Wei Ling shouted. At this time, Zichen was refining the last 2 true energy dans, so he naturally wouldn't pay attention to Wei Ling. Zichen, get the hell out here. Master Wei is looking for you. Another shout came out. Before Zichen appeared, Many inner disciples came out. Some of them recognized Wei Ling, and they were all stunned. Wei Ling, who was at the 6th stage of the true energy stage, was standing alone outside Zi Chen's door. 2 days ago, Zi Chen had defeated Wang Meng and Wu Sheng, who were at the 6th stage of the true energy stage. Wei Ling was now shouting at the door, causing everyone to be puzzled. Is this Wei Ling here to die? How dare he knock on Zi Chen's door when he's at the 6th stage of the true energy stage? Even with the 6th stage of the true energy stage, he still dares to come. Does he think he's stronger than Wu Sheng? He's simply courting death. If he's not courting death, then he's confident. It's possible that his strength has broken through. Wei Ling is very close to Wang Xiong. Discussions broke out all around. Get the hell out here, Zi Chen. Master Wei is looking for you. Wei Ling arrogantly shouted again and again, but there was no movement from Zi Chen's room. The Nimbus martial ancestor had a rule that no fighting was allowed within the sect. If inner disciples had conflicts, they could resolve them in the arena. Therefore, even if Wei Ling wanted to kill Zi Chen, he didn't dare to kick down his door. As a result, everyone heard Wei Ling's angry shouts, but there was no movement from Zi Chen's room. Could it be that Zi Chen isn't in his room? Someone couldn't help but guess. After nearly 15 minutes of shouting, there was still no movement from Zi Chen's room. Just as Wei Ling was guessing that Zi Chen wasn't in his room, Zi Chen's door suddenly opened. Which dog is barking outside? Zi Chen stretched and acted as if he had just woken up. You're F***king sleeping. Who are you calling a dog? Seeing Zi Chen's appearance, Wei Ling's anger immediately burned. Whoever barks is a dog. Zi Chen said coldly. You're the dog. Wei Ling was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he barked again. Zi Chen. With a soft call, Lin Shui, dressed in white, walked over from afar. She walked in front of Zi Chen and whispered, his name is Wei Ling. Rumor has it that he's only at the 6th stage of the true energy stage. He's very close to Wang Xiong. Since he dares to come today, it seems that he has already broken through. Be careful, don't provoke him. How did you know? Zi Chen was very surprised. Miao Kong told me. Lin Shui said. At this time, Miao Kong was standing in the crowd and did not come over. The two of them looked at each other. Zi Chen expressed his gratitude with his eyes, then looked at Wei Ling and said, Mad dog, you're knocking so early in the morning. Do you need something from me? You. Wei Ling was furious. He resisted the urge to attack and coldly said, I came to borrow something from you. Borrow what? Give me, Wei Ling, some face. Lend me 9 true energy pills. Zi Chen looked at Wei Ling as if he was looking at an idiot. He said sarcastically, Who do you think you are? Do I know you? Is your face worth 9 true energy pills? Zi Chen's words were not polite at all, because the other party had come looking for trouble. Good boy, if you don't give me face, then come with me to the battle stage. Let's have a life and death battle. Wei Ling said. Idiot, you must be crazy. Zi Chen mocked. Boy, you insulted me. I want to challenge you. Wei Ling said loudly, as if he was in the right. Why should I agree to your challenge, idiot? Zi Chen said again. Because you insulted him. We can testify that you must accept the challenge. The crowd separated, and Wang Xiong and the others walked over. Do you think I should be insulted just because you say so? Zi Chen looked at Wang Xiong. After refining 9 true energy pills in one night, Zi Chen now had the body of a level 7 vicious beast and the strength of a level 6 true energy realm. Although he could not defeat Wang Xiong, who was at the peak of level 8, but if they fought, Wang Xiong would definitely not be able to kill him. Yes, we can testify for him. According to the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor, you insulted him first, so you must accept the challenge. Wang Xiong sneered. Zi Chen was clear that this was a scheme against him. He had no choice but to agree. Challenge? If there is no prize, then don't blame me for not agreeing. Zi Chen sneered. Since he wanted to fight, then he would try to maximize the benefits. Fighting for no reason would waste time and energy. This was very boring. If he could gain something, Zi Chen would be happy. What prize? Wang Xiong frowned. 8 true qi dans. Zichen's eyes flashed with a bright light as he slowly said each word. Hiss. From afar came the sound of people sucking in cold air. The prize was 8 true qi dans. This was too terrifying. If converted to contribution points, it would be 16 points. It was almost comparable to a 500-year-old spirit herb. Even if Wang Xiong was rich and overbearing, when he heard this number, he was also shocked. He did not have that many true qi dans. The last time he gave Wang Meng 5 true qi dans, he also spent a lot of effort to obtain them. What, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then don't clamor here. Zichen sneered. No one thought that Zichen could not take out the true qi dans, because Zichen had 9 true qi dans yesterday. At most, he consumed 1 true qi dans in one night, leaving him with 8 true qi dans. But no one knew that Zichen had refined all the true qi dans in one night, and today he could not take out a single one. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd of disciples, Wang Xiong was in a very difficult situation. 8 true qi dans was really too much for him to take out, but next to him, several other people began to whisper in low voices. 5 true qi dans, we will bet. After a moment, Wang Xiong coldly said. With several people, they could still gather 5 true qi dans. Good. This mad dog's challenge, I accept. Zichen also nodded. Ignoring the ashen-faced Wei Ling, he rushed to Wang Xiong and said, what if the loser suddenly goes back on his word? Humph, you should worry about yourself. A few true qi dans are nothing in our eyes. Our reputation is more valuable than a few true qi dans. Next to Wang Xiong, another disciple coldly snorted. Good. Zichen took a step forward and walked towards the fighting stage, looking very confident. Putting on an act, you won't even know when you die. Wang Xiong looked at Zichen's back and sneered again and again. When you attack, you must be ruthless. Even if you don't kill him, you must at least cripple him. Wang Xiong whispered a warning. Of course, this brat insulted me. I will beat him until he is half crippled. Wei Ling confidently said. Soon, they arrived at the fighting stage. It was the place where the previous battle took place. In the distance, many inner sect disciples came to join in the fun. Chapter 27. On the stage, Zichen stood indifferently, facing Wei Ling, who had a hideous grin on his face. Below the stage, there were many inner sect disciples who had come to join in the fun. Hundreds of people had gathered. First of all, the bet of Tenjin Qi dans was very big, which had stimulated them. Secondly, they also wanted to see the glory of the first person in the assessment. There were a lot of talented people in the inner sect competition, but they were all suppressed by Zichen. Zichen was only at the 5th level of Zhen Qi, and he had comprehended the essence of a third-rate battle skill. He had even fused it with his battle skill, and he was able to fight against Wang Meng and Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's talent was almost the same as senior brother Chen Feng's. Although he did not enter the core, Zichen's reputation in the inner sect was very high, and his talent was comparable to the number 1 genius of the inner sect, Su Mengyao. Everyone came with expectations, hoping that Zichen would create another glory, but this hope was not big, because many people guessed that Wei Ling, who was at the 6th level of Zhen Qi, had broken through again. Humph. Below the stage, Wang Xiong and the others gathered together, looking at Zichen and sneering. The difference between 7th level and 6th level Zhen Qi was very big. Zichen was very strong, and could fight Wu Sheng, but he could not defeat Wei Ling, because Wei Ling had already comprehended a second-rate battle skill. I not only want your Zhen Qi dans, but also your life. Wang Xiong's eyes flashed a cold light. The battle had not yet begun, but there was a small disturbance in the crowd. Luo men came from afar, and wherever he went, the inner sect disciples would make way for him. Brother Luo men. Seeing Luo men coming towards him, Wang Xiong's eyes lit up. Well, not bad. In the eyes of the crowd, Luo men walked to Wang Xiong's side, and there was a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Zichen did not give him face in front of everyone, so he naturally wanted to teach Zichen a lesson. It would be best if he could kill him. Now that Wang Xiong had come to deal with Zichen, Luo men was very satisfied. Brother, you flatter me. This Zichen is simply a mad dog, and it is not good to teach him a lesson. Wang Xiong said, and the others also nodded. Ian, I heard that this brat actually wants to use 8 true qi dance as a bet. He really doesn't know life from death. You should agree with him, isn't it just 8 true qi dance? Luo Men indifferently said. Yes, senior brother Luo Men is right, but now it is already too late, but if Zichen dies, his other true qi dance will be senior brother Luo Men's. Wang Xiong nodded his head repeatedly. However, he was secretly muttering in his heart. Luo Men was guarding a place with a lot of benefits. They were specially deducting the contribution points of others. Naturally, they were rich and overbearing. What were they? They were nothing. Let's watch the battle then. Luo Men nodded, extremely satisfied with Wang Xiong's answer. He then turned his gaze towards the battle platform. On the battle stage, Wei Ling was already accumulating power, but Zichen didn't move at all. His eyes were calm. Brat, today, I'll let you know the difference between a little brat who just entered the inner sect and the rest of us. Wei Ling sneered, and the aura around his body condensed. At the same time, streams of true energy surrounded his body. True Qi level 7, Wei Ling had indeed broken through. Zichen wasn't surprised by this scene. Inner sect disciples weren't stupid. If they didn't have the strength, how would they dare to be arrogant in front of Zichen? But at the same time, Zichen wasn't stupid. If he dared to make a bet, he naturally had the confidence to win. Facing the level 7 true Qi, Zichen didn't move, but an aura emerged from his body. The aura was like that of a fierce tiger, and the ferocious tiger fist appeared. HMPH, a third-rate battle skill, the ferocious tiger fist. Look at my second-rate battle skill, the rolling stone fist. Wei Ling sneered, and the level 7 true Qi instantly surged. He then waved his fists and attacked Zichen. The battle instantly began. The wind from the fists rolled, and layers of true Qi were released. Fist shadows appeared like a huge rolling stone, appearing in front of Zichen. The rolling stone fist was a second-rate battle skill. It could be used for both offense and defense. The attack was like a rolling stone, getting bigger and bigger. The wind from the fists was impenetrable. If one couldn't suppress it in the early stages, one wouldn't be able to break it in the later stages. Good kid, you are crazy enough. The wind from his fists had already appeared, and it had already reached a certain scale. Zichen still didn't move. Wei Ling let out a disdainful compliment. The wind from his fists changed again, and became denser and more concentrated, pressing towards Zichen. On the battling platform, the wind was whistling, and an oppressive aura appeared. What is Zichen doing? Why isn't he attacking? Doesn't he know that if he doesn't suppress the rolling stone fist in the early stages, he won't be able to suppress it in the later stages? What the hell is Zichen doing? Below the battling platform, everyone was puzzled. Even Miao Kong frowned slightly, and Lin Shui was even more anxious. Just when the wind from the rolling stone fist had reached a certain scale, Zichen snorted coldly. The aura around his body suddenly increased, and he was like an awakened tiger. Level 6 true Qi surrounded his body. His fists were clenched, and a popping sound could be heard. His blood and Qi were surging inside his body, making him look like a ferocious beast. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest, and the king's aura was fully displayed. The second style of the ferocious tiger fist was thrown out smoothly, and it directly led to the third style. In an instant, Zichen seemed to have turned into a ferocious tiger, and he rushed into the rock-like wind from the fist. He was going to meet force with force, and he was going to use strength to overcome strength. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded, and the entire battling platform began to shake. The surrounding rocks fell, and cracks appeared on the ground. Wei Ling could only feel a strong and ferocious force surging towards him from the opposite side, instantly breaking through his airtight fist wind and hitting his body. After that, his body flew backwards uncontrollably. He flew out of the battling platform and landed on the ground with a bang. One strike, complete defeat. Zichen had won. He stood at the place where Wei Ling had stood before, and cracks spread out under his feet. His white robe fluttered because of the force, and his posture was extremely elegant. It was unknown how many people below were mesmerized. Below the battling platform, there was a dead silence. Before the battle, they had thought of all kinds of predictions, but the result of each prediction was Zichen's defeat. However, the real result was far beyond their expectations. Wei Ling, who was at level 7 True Qi, was defeated in one strike. Level 6 True Qi, Zichen broke through in just one night. After the silence, there was finally a cry of surprise. They found that something was wrong. The moment Zichen attacked, he was like a ferocious beast. Impossible, he was only at level 5 True Qi the day before yesterday, and he wasn't even at the peak of True Qi. How did he suddenly break through today? Wang Xiong's face was also filled with disbelief. Why did he believe that Wei Ling could win? Naturally, he saw that Zichen had just broken through to level 5 True Qi. Even if he had a True Qi Dan, it was impossible for him to break through to level 6 True Qi in such a short time. All of his calculations were based on Wang Xiong's many years of experience in refining True Qi Dans. However, he could not have predicted that Zichen's refining speed was measured in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, he had completely refined the True Qi Dan without wasting a single bit of energy. Zichen stood on the battling platform, completely ignoring the defeated Wei Ling. He looked down at Wang Xiong, stretched out his hand, and indifferently said, "Hand it over." Pu. Wei Ling was ignored, and was extremely ashamed. Finally, he was unable to suppress the churning blood in his chest. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his head tilted and he actually fainted. "Hand over what?" Wang Xiong asked, even though he already knew the answer. Obviously, he was regretting it in his heart. "What, do you want to go back on your word?" Zichen's mouth had a trace of a sneer, and sarcastically said, "It's just 5 True Qi Dans. If you want to go back on your word, it doesn't matter. As long as you kneel on the ground and crawl around the battling platform like a dog, it will be fine." You. Beside Wang Xiong, everyone was furious, their eyes spitting fire. They wanted to tear Zichen to shreds, but they were all blocked by Wang Xiong. "Good brat, you have guts." Wang Xiong sneered, and then took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. "Wang Xiong, don't tell me you." Beside him, the others were stunned, and one of them opened his mouth to speak. "If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. A mere 5 True Qi Dans is nothing." Wang Xiong indifferently smiled, and the porcelain bottle in his hand was suddenly thrown towards Zichen. Beside him, Luo Men's eyes had a trace of appreciation. Pa Zichen easily caught it, and then opened it to take a look. The amount was just right. At least you know how to behave." Zichen sneered, and directly walked towards the battling platform, no longer looking at Wang Xiong. He left in a carefree manner. So handsome, Wang Xiong actually couldn't do anything to him. Some of the female disciples' eyes once again lit up. But after seeing a beautiful figure catch up to Zichen, each and every one of them revealed an expression of envy and jealousy. "Zichen, you are so powerful." Lin Shui praised, her eyes also shining. "Thank you." Zichen chuckled. "What are you going to do now?" Lin Shui asked. "Go back to cultivate, otherwise I will be killed by others." Zichen said. "Oh, increasing your strength is the most important." Lin Shui said. Zichen looked at the somewhat disappointed Lin Shui, and asked, "Do you have something to say? I want to see if I can exchange for a second-rate movement skill. I want you to accompany me." Lin Shui lowered her head, her eyes not daring to look at Zichen. Zichen gently smiled, and said, "Today, no one should find trouble with me. Let's go, I will accompany you." "But, you have time now." Lin Shui hesitated. "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Suddenly, Zichen seemed to have thought of something, and asked, "You just entered the inner sect, where did you get the contribution points?" "Senior sister gave it to me," Lin Shui said. Zichen was relieved. Su Mengyao's position in the inner sect was very high, so it was normal for her to have extra contribution points. "Then let's go." Passing through numerous pavilions, Zichen arrived at the place where he had comprehended contribution points the day before. However, he turned around and walked into the martial skill pavilion. The martial skill pavilion was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for third rate, the second for second rate, and the third for first rate. Among them, third-rate was the most common, and they were all placed in rows on the bookshelves. Next to the martial skill pavilion, there was a red-clothed old man sitting there. He was the elder in charge of guarding the martial skill pavilion, and he was also responsible for registering things. The two went directly to the second floor, where there were many second-rate martial skills. There were Starburst Fist, Overlord Step, Mountain Splitting Palm, Rolling Stone Fist, Breaking Stone Palm, and so on. There were more than 100 books. Among them, there were Overlord Step, Frost Step, Burst Step, Cloud Step, and so on. But after Lin Shui came in, she did not look at the second-rate martial skills, but at the martial skills. She already had the second-rate martial skill, Thousand Illusion Palm. Chapter 28. Hearing Zichen's words, Xuelin blinked her eyes and said, I suddenly don't want to exchange for a movement technique. I feel that combat techniques are more practical. Zichen's eyes were filled with emotion. He naturally knew what Xuelin wanted to do. He shook his head and said, I already have a first-rate combat technique. I don't need any other technique. Xuelin giggled, I didn't say that I would give it to you. I want to practice it myself. Zichen felt that his eyes were a little blurry. Then you should exchange for some nimble combat techniques, not this kind of fist technique. Xuelin stuck out her tongue and immediately felt disappointed. She said in a low voice, You've provoked a lot of people you shouldn't have. You don't have contribution points, and you don't have a second-rate combat technique. You'll be at a disadvantage. Don't worry. I already said that I have a first-rate combat technique. Zichen said confidently. But everyone knows that it's a trash combat technique. It's impossible to practice. Xuelin said loudly. Since it's a combat technique, there's no such thing as impossible to practice. Trust me, I'll definitely master the Thunderbolt Finger. Zichen's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Really? Zichen nodded and said, Now, you should go and exchange for a movement technique book. Okay. Xuelin nodded obediently. This time, Xuelin carefully looked at some movement techniques to find a suitable one. After half an hour of looking, Xuelin finally decided to exchange for the cloud traversing steps. This was a higher-level movement technique than the cloud traversing steps. It was more mysterious. Zichen, since we're already here, why don't we go to the third floor to take a look? That's where the first-rate combat techniques are stored. Looking at the third floor, Xuelin's eyes lit up. Okay, let's go take a look. Zichen was also very curious about the first-rate combat techniques on the third floor. The two of them went up to the third floor. The third floor wasn't very big, only a few dozen square meters. There were only a few dozen combat techniques on the third floor. However, the first thing that caught their eyes wasn't the combat techniques, but the contribution points. The first one actually cost 200 contribution points. The Thunderbolt Finger cost 200 contribution points. At this moment, the place where the Thunderbolt Finger was placed was empty. Beside it was the ethereal steps, which required 100 contribution points. Other than that, there were many other first-rate battle techniques. The cheapest one required 50 contribution points. These first-rate battle skills are arranged for core disciples and can be obtained for free. However, inner disciples need to use contribution points to exchange for them. 50 contribution points, even if you hand over 500-years-old spiritual herbs, you'll still have to pay a few of them. Xuelin's words were somewhat sour. 200 contribution points. Looking at the contribution points marked on the Thunderbolt Finger, Zichen was completely shocked. He had never thought that the Thunderbolt Finger would actually require 200 contribution points to exchange, which was equivalent to 100 true Qi Dans. This was a publicly recognized trash combat skill. Who would exchange for it? Only core disciples could use it for free. If Zichen were to obtain contribution points, he estimated that it would take him several decades. This time, Zichen knew that he had really profited. He had obtained 200 contribution points for no reason. There weren't many first-rate battle techniques, but the two of them were dazzled. Moreover, they could only stare. Among them, the ethereal steps attracted the attention of Zichen and Xuelin. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't have enough contribution points and could only leave in the end. Hey, cloud traversing steps, required 10 contribution points. After it was purchased, the old man announced that it could only be used for a month. After a month, it had to be returned and not be allowed to leave the Nimbus martial ancestor. A first-rate battle technique could only be used for 3 months. A second-rate battle technique could only be used for 1 month. A third-rate battle technique could only be used for 1 week. Zichen, if you encounter any danger, come find me. I'll help you think of a way. Before leaving, Xuelin whispered. Okay. Zichen nodded. This time, he didn't refuse. After seeing Xuelin return to her residence, Zichen left. This time, he returned to refine the remaining true qi dans and strive for a breakthrough in his strength. However, with a mere 5 true qi dans, he still had to use more than half of it to refine his body. The chances of a breakthrough weren't high. Zichen. On the way back, a white-clothed disciple suddenly blocked in front of Zichen. What's the matter? Looking at this stranger, Zichen looked at him in confusion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Mu. You can call me senior brother Luo Mu. Luo Mu said with a smile. What's the matter? Zichen still said the same sentence. Hehe, it's nothing big. I just want to borrow a few true qi dans from junior brother. I hope junior brother can give me some face. Luo Mu said. Are you crazy? Do I know you? Zichen looked at Luo Mu as if he was looking at an idiot. Then, he turned around and left. You insulted me. I want to duel with you. Otherwise, you can lend me your true qi dans. Luo Mu said. Idiot. Zichen walked away in large strides. He didn't even have enough true qi dans for himself. How could he lend them to a stranger? Rather than borrowing, it was more like robbing. There were idiots every day. Today, there were many. On the way back, Zichen unexpectedly saw several senior brothers. Moreover, they all threatened to borrow his true qi dans. Now that Zichen had more than a dozen true qi dans, naturally many people knew about it. Therefore, there were also many people who wanted to obtain benefits from Zichen. Idiot. Zichen didn't know how many times he had called them idiots. Only then did he walk back to his room. In short, when he left, those who wanted to take advantage of him were looking at him with resentful eyes. Humph, no wonder you can't enter the inner sect. You are so stingy. The senior brothers coldly said. This was just a small episode. Zichen returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose. After calming down, he began to swallow the true qi dans. Another transformation began. One by one, the true qi dans disappeared in front of Zichen. As his heart beat, it transmitted an even purer energy. Zichen's physique and true qi also underwent a transformation under this energy. After half a day, the 5 true qi dans were completely refined. Zichen's strength was fixed at the late 6th stage. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 7th stage. His powerful physique was also at the late 7th stage. He was not far from the 8th stage. In the evening, a servant came to deliver food. Zichen ate a little and then closed the door. He was preparing to research a first-rate battle skill. In a short time, without true qi dans, Zichen's strength could not make any breakthroughs. The only way to increase his combat strength was to research a first-rate battle skill. Thunderbolt Finger. In front of Zichen was the Thunderbolt Finger. This was not a copy of the battle skill, but the original copy. On the surface of the book, there were 3 large words that looked like snakes of lightning. Zichen opened the battle skill. The power of lightning hit him in the face. This was only a fragment, and only one move was recorded. Thunderbolt Finger. Move, chant, Zichen memorized it. He had already deduced it many times in his heart. The true qi in his body was constantly surging, trying to stimulate it. As the chant of the battle skill revolved, Zichen's eyes flashed. His finger suddenly pointed forward at a very fast speed. Swoosh. The finger pointed out. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit. There was speed, but there was no sign of thunder. The first failure. Zichen was not disheartened. This was a battle skill that was known as the most powerful battle skill. Everyone agreed that no matter how talented Zi Chen was, it was impossible for him to learn and comprehend it in one try. His finger pointed again and again. Zi Chen was trying to find the feeling of thunderbolt finger. Every time he tried, he failed. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. Night fell. The sky was filled with stars. After several hours of experimentation, it ended in failure. Zi Chen sat cross-legged. He took a deep breath and abandoned the disappointment in his heart. He once again entered a state of mind and body emptiness. After a moment, Zi Chen's breathing stabilized. His mind was empty. His consciousness entered the space of thunder and lightning. In front of him, the whirlpool formed by thunder and lightning surged again. A youth of thunder and lightning slowly walked out. The moment he saw the other party, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. The youth was thunder and lightning was the youth. At first glance, Zi Chen seemed to have seen the essence of thunderbolt finger. Then, the indifferent youth of thunder and lightning pointed a finger at him. In an instant, Zi Chen seemed to see a bolt of lightning appear between the young man's fingers as he raised his hand. As the lightning flashed, it flew towards him with the speed of lightning. In Zi Chen's eyes, there was only this bolt of lightning flying towards him. Peng! The lightning exploded in front of him. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with silver light. His consciousness dissipated in the space of thunder and lightning. Stars fell from the window and shone on Zi Chen's calm face. Suddenly, Zi Chen opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. Thunderbolt finger. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had some understanding of thunderbolt finger. As his true qi surged, a silver light appeared at his fingertips. That night, Zi Chen did not rest. He practiced thunderbolt finger the entire time. However, he did not gain much. The next morning, Zi Chen, who had practiced for the entire night, finally got up. This thunderbolt finger is really difficult to practice. Even though I have seen the essence of thunderbolt finger with my own eyes and have the power of thunder and lightning in my body, I still haven't crossed the threshold. Zi Chen sighed in his heart. It was already so difficult for him to practice it. If others did not have the essence of thunderbolt finger and did not have the power of thunder and lightning, wouldn't it be even more difficult? There was a reason why thunderbolt finger was called a trash battle skill. After washing up, the servants brought in food. Zi Chen hurriedly ate 2 mouthfuls. Then, there was a call from outside the door. Another unfamiliar senior brother came and said that he wanted to borrow true qi pills. Regarding this, Zi Chen was helpless. Senior brothers came and went, making Zi Chen very irritated. In his imagination, Wang Xiong and the others would come to find trouble again. However, half a day had passed and Wang Xiong still did not appear. This made Zi Chen somewhat surprised, but it also made him feel a lot more at ease. Compared to Wang Xiong, these senior brothers who came to borrow things were obviously easier to deal with. Today, Wang Xiong did not appear because he was with Luo Men. Both sides were discussing how to deal with Zi Chen. Let's use the simplest method. Send him out on a mission and then kill him outside. In the end, Luo Men casually said, "Okay, let's do as senior brother says. I will personally go." After a moment of silence, Wang Xiong nodded. In order to curry favor with Luo Men, Wang Xiong, who was at the peak of true energy level 8, actually wanted to personally take action. When Wang Xiong returned, it was already evening. Wang Xiong prepared to wait for a day. Early the next morning, he would send someone to tell Zi Chen that he was going out on a mission. Early in the morning, a senior brother came to Zi Chen's room and shouted again, saying that there was a mission. However, after shouting for a long time, there was no response. It was not until noon that the person who brought food came again and told this senior brother that Zi Chen did not appear in the morning. The door was forced open and the room was empty. Chapter 29. What? He ran away. Wang Xiong's face was filled with anger when he heard the report. Zi Chen had offended a lot of people. He had to die. If he couldn't kill Zi Chen, it would be difficult to explain to Luo Men. Yes, there was no one around since early morning. The person reported. Damn it, he actually left. Find him, we must find him. Contact the outer sect disciples and ask them to search for him. Wang Meng said angrily. Yes. Dozens of miles away from the Nimbus martial ancestor, there was a huge mountain range. The mountain range was filled with lush greenery. There were towering mountains, clear flowing water, and the fragrance of flowers and birds. This was a primeval forest. It covered a large area and the scenery at the edge was beautiful. There were only some small beasts roaming around and there was no danger. However, there were ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. It was said that there were even Xiantian beasts. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, many disciples came here to try their luck. Over time, this nameless primeval forest had its own name, Silent Jungle. On this day, outside the Silent Jungle, a young man came. He was wearing green clothes and carrying a bag. He came to a hill. The hill was only dozens of meters high. Beside it were old trees. A few hundred meters away, there was a lake. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. The fish in the water were swimming happily. The young man was Zi Chen. After spring, he would be 18 years old. Walking in the forest, wearing white clothes was somewhat inconvenient. Therefore, he wore the outer sect disciples' clothes. Not bad, this is the place. Zi Chen was very satisfied with the environment here. There was food here and there was a protrusion at the bottom of the hill that could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a good place to cultivate. Sitting down cross-legged, Zi Chen entered the lightning space once again with his mind and body empty. The lightning youth appeared with the true meaning of the thunderbolt finger. With a point of his finger, a bolt of lightning flew towards Zi Chen. The lightning was ferocious and terrifying, like an angry dragon. It exploded on Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's body disappeared. When his consciousness returned, Zi Chen opened his eyes and began to comprehend the thunderbolt finger. Silver light surged between his fingers again. This time, more than half of Zi Chen's fingers had turned silver. With a flash of silver light, Zhongxian pointed his finger forward and a hole appeared in a large rock. Ah! Zi Chen shook his head in disappointment. During the day, he practiced the thunderbolt finger. At night, he practiced the heavenly lightning body tempering art. In this spacious area, there was an endless amount of wood essence in the surroundings. Thus, Zi Chen's cultivation speed was much faster. Every night, Zi Chen would become like a vortex, constantly absorbing the essence of the plants and vegetation in the area. After a night of cultivation, he would be in high spirits by the time dawn arrived. In the morning, he would wash up by the lake. When he was hungry, he would eat some dry food. Sometimes, he would go into the water to catch a fish to improve his diet. Zi Chen's life was quite comfortable. What he didn't know was that Wang Xiong had already mobilized hundreds of outer court disciples to search for him within 10 miles of the Nimbus martial ancestor. At the same time, Luo Men was also sponsoring this operation. Whoever found Zi Chen would be rewarded with a true Qi Dan. As a result, more and more outer court disciples came out of the sect. Zi Chen's strength and physique were steadily increasing. His comprehension of the thunderbolt finger was also getting deeper and deeper. In front of Zi Chen, there were many holes in the rock that required several people to wrap their arms around. These were the results of Zi Chen's failed experiments. 15 days later, Zhongxian's consciousness appeared from the thunder and lightning space. Zi Chen once again stood beside the large rock, thinking about the previous scene. He pointed his finger and a bolt of lightning appeared. It was like an angry dragon, flying towards him. While he was thinking, the lightning true qi in his body was already surging. At the same time, Zi Chen's fingertips had already turned into a silver light. However, Zi Chen didn't know this. He was still thinking about the scene in the thunder and lightning space. His finger subconsciously pointed forward. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound. A bright silver light suddenly appeared from his finger and pointed at the large rock in front of Zi Chen. The silver light landed on the large rock. Lightning flashed, followed by a loud explosion. The large rock that required several people to wrap their arms around was actually blown to pieces in an instant. A powerful force appeared in front of Zi Chen, pushing him back. Zi Chen instantly woke up. Looking at the rock fragments in front of him, His eyes were filled with disbelief. Did I succeed? In the previous attack, Abdomen had used up a third of his true qi. True qi surged within Zichen's body. He was pleasantly surprised as he struck out once again. However, this time, nothing happened. Something's wrong. Zichen sat down cross-legged. He began to think about the previous scene. His body and mind were empty. Zichen was carefully comprehending. Time passed. Zichen's comprehension took an entire day. When the sun was about to set, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. So that's how it is. Zichen opened his eyes, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. The thunderbolt finger is to transform one's finger into a thunderbolt. The surging true qi turns into a thunderbolt. The key point is not to transform one's finger into a thunderbolt, but the thunderbolt true qi. While talking to himself, Zichen's abdomen's true qi surged again. This time, it appeared like a thin line, like a thunderbolt. Then, Zichen's entire finger turned into a silver light. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that within the silver light, there was a flickering thunderbolt. Zichen wanted to test out this attack. But when he saw an old man standing in front of him, he restrained his aura and his finger returned to normal. "Uncle, it's so late. Why are you still here?" Seeing the old man in front of him, Zichen asked in confusion. This was an old man wearing coarse hemp clothes. There was not the slightest bit of true qi around his body. His back was hunched, his eyes were cloudy, and the wrinkles on his face were clearly visible. When Zichen first saw this old man, he was fishing on the other side of the lake. Zichen thought that he had met an otherworldly expert. But in the end, he realized that this was just an ordinary old man at the foot of the mountain. He came here every day to fish. First, it was to maintain his health. Second, it was to find a source of food. "I came here early in the morning. I wanted to chat with you. I didn't expect you to sit here motionless for an entire day. Little brother, are you cultivating?" The old man's eyes were filled with curiosity. "It's not really cultivation. I was just thinking about a problem." Zichen scratched his head and stood up. "Uncle, did you catch any fish today? If not, I'll go into the water and catch one." Zichen asked. The old man shook his head and smiled. "Not yet. I've been looking at you for a while now. I forgot." "That's good. Uncle, wait a moment." After saying that, Zichen took off all his clothes. He became naked and jumped into the water. A moment later, Zichen slowly came ashore with two 2-pound fish in his hands. "Uncle, you can take one home to eat. I'll roast the other one. Let's eat now." Zichen smiled. "Good. It's rare for little brother to be in such a good mood. This old man will risk his life to accompany you." The old man smiled and then took off a big gourd from his back. The gourd was full of wine. In addition to fishing, the old man also liked to drink. Zichen often saw him drinking while fishing. "Uncle, I've said it many times. My name is Zichen. Don't call me little brother. You're old enough to be my grandfather." Zichen smiled. He took out a dagger from his bag and began to skillfully kill the fish. "You're a cultivator from Nimbus martial ancestor. I'm just a little old man. Although I'm old, my status can't be compared to you. It's better to call me little brother." The old man sat on the side, drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. "What cultivator? They're all ordinary people. They're even worse than ordinary people." Zichen shook his head. After killing the fish, he found some dry firewood. After using a flint to strike it, he began to roast the fish. The bonfire rose. The fish was cut in two and pierced through with a wooden stick. Drops of oil fell into the fire, making sizzling sounds. Zichen and the old man were chatting. The heavens were drinking. Occasionally, they would let Zichen drink a mouthful. Zichen would cough and the old man would laugh. The old man told Zichen some interesting things about the secular world. In return, Zichen told the old man some of his troubles. "My spot was taken and I offended a lot of people. I had no choice but to come out. Otherwise, I would be killed in the sect." Zichen shook his head and sighed. The old man didn't say anything. He just listened quietly. Soon, night fell. "Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle. It's already so late. I'm taking up your time. I'll send you down the mountain." Looking at the sky, Chen said embarrassedly. Although there were no ferocious beasts here, there were ferocious beasts. Chen wasn't afraid, but the old man was an ordinary person. How could he resist a ferocious beast? "Sigh, I'm old. My bones aren't strong anymore. Back in the day, I was able to catch a tiger." The old man shook his head. His cloudy eyes lit up, as if he was reminiscing about his younger self. "Uncle, you didn't even pant when you climbed the mountain. You're not old." Chen laughed. He then helped the old man down the mountain. There was a big age gap between the two, but they were like close friends. When they went down the mountain, they didn't forget to chat. The forest was quiet at night. It was very dangerous at night. Ferocious beasts often appeared. When they were going down the mountain, Chen saw a ferocious tiger blocking their way. The tiger's roar shook the forest. A fierce wind blew. The tiger was 3 meters long, blocking their way. "Just in time. I'll use you to test my thunderbolt finger." Chen signaled the old man to stand behind him. A light flashed in his eyes. The true energy in his body surged. His finger instantly turned silver. With a point of his finger, a bolt of lightning flew forward. Roar. Feeling the oppressive aura around Chen, the tiger let out a frightened roar. It turned around and tried to escape. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than lightning. Boom. Amidst the sound of thunder and lightning, a living tiger turned into a charcoal. The shrill roar of the beast and the sound of thunder and lightning resounded through the entire forest. Chapter 30. In the quiet night, there was suddenly the sound of a tiger's scream and the sound of thunder and lightning. The sound spread out for miles. Linmi stopped outside the silent forest. After hearing the strange sound, he stood up and looked towards the forest. What is that sound? The thunder and lightning in the forest and the tiger's frightened roar made Linmi curious. Taking advantage of the darkness, he carefully went forward. As soon as he entered the forest, Linmi heard the sound of chatting. That's Chen's voice. Mi's eyes suddenly lit up. In the darkness, he stood motionless and quietly looked ahead. After a while, the sound got closer and closer. It was Chen and the old man talking, but it was all meaningless. "It's Chen, it really is Chen." Linmi held his breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He did not dare to move. Under the moonlight, Linmi saw Chen and an old man with a gourd on his back. "Chen is really here. I, Linmi, will definitely take the reward of a true Qidan." "Chen, thank you." That day, because of the dung, Wang Meng looked at me differently. Today, because of you, I received another true Qidan. After waiting for Chen to leave, Linmi carefully turned back. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small wooden house. The old man lived here. It was an ordinary wooden house. There was nothing mysterious about it. The old man was just an ordinary person. After a while, Chen left and went up the mountain again. "Little brother, you have to be careful. These days, there seems to be a few people wearing the same clothes as you. They are searching here for something." Before leaving, the old man suddenly said, "Thank you, old man. I will be careful." Chen smiled. The old man watched Chen leave with a satisfied smile on his face. He returned to his wooden house. Linmi hurried through the night. When the sun rose on the horizon, he had already arrived at the Nimbus martial ancestor. Through acquaintances, he went straight to the inner sect to look for Wang Meng. "Brother Meng, Brother Meng." Early in the morning, Mi's voice came from outside the door. Wang Meng was still not awake. He was very annoyed and impatiently walked out. "Is something the matter?" Wang Meng asked coldly. "I found Chen." Linmi seemed very excited. "What?" Wang Meng rubbed his sleepy eyes. "I found Chen. I saw him last night. I traveled through the night." Wang Meng waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. Tell me the location." "Outside the silent jungle." "I know the direction," Linmi said. "All right, wait a moment." After saying that, Wang Meng quickly left. A moment later, Wang Meng brought 2 white-clothed youths over. These 2 were Wang Xiong's followers, and their names were Cao Kai and Yi Ping. Both of them were at the 7th level of True Qi realm, and were much stronger than Wei Yiling. Among them, Cao Kai was even at the peak of the 7th level. "Where is senior brother Wang Xiong?" Lin Mi asked doubtfully. Even if senior brother doesn't go, we can still destroy Zi Chen." Cao Kai coldly snorted, scaring Lin Mi into silence. After a simple meal, Lin Mi left with the 2 of them. "Senior brother, where are the true Qi Dans?" After walking halfway, Lin Mi couldn't help but ask. "When we see Zi Chen, we will naturally give them to you," Yi Ping coldly said. Yes. Lin Mi nodded and increased his speed. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the silent jungle. Following Lin Mi's directions, they walked up the mountain. At the top of the hill, the 3 of them saw Zi Chen. At this time, Zi Chen was standing high on the hill, looking down at the 3 of them. "You guys came." Looking at the 3 of them, Zi Chen indifferently said. Yesterday, because of the old man's warning, Zi Chen was a lot more careful. Early in the morning, he waited outside the hill. After seeing the 3 of them from afar, Zi Chen was relieved. As long as it wasn't Wang Xiong, he was confident that he could deal with them. Therefore, he didn't leave, but waited here. Zi Chen. The 3 of them coldly looked at Zi Chen. In the inner sect disciple assessment, Zi Chen's sharpness covered everyone. In the inner sect, there was almost no one who didn't know Zi Chen. "Zi Chen is here, you should give me the true Qi Dans." Looking at the 2 sides who were at daggers drawn, Lin Mi carefully said. "Humph, it's just a true Qi Dans." Cao Kai coldly snorted. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, poured out a true Qi Dans and gave it to Lin Mi. On the hill, Zi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. His mouth muttered the word opportunity. The thought of killing and robbing the treasure also appeared in an instant. "Well, I have brought them here, I should leave," Lin Mi tactfully said. Now, he wanted to find a place to refine the true Qi Dans and break through to the true Qi level 5 in one fell swoop. "Go," Cao Kai coldly said. "You can't go." Just as Lin Mi nodded and was about to leave, Zi Chen suddenly shouted. Then, he saw Zi Chen's feet touch the ground, and like a light swan, he floated over. "That day, I still haven't repaid the favor of throwing feces on me, how can you leave?" Zi Chen coldly laughed. He had already recognized Lin Mi. Hearing Zi Chen's words, Lin Mi's face changed. The current Zi Chen was not the same as before. Even Wu Sheng was not his opponent, not to mention Lin Mi, who was only at the 4th level. Therefore, when he flew back, Lin Mi also asked for help. "Senior brother, save me." "Zi Chen, die." Seeing Zi Chen take the initiative to attack, Cao Kai and Yi Ping's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and jointly attacked Zi Chen. Star-burst fist. Vigorous fist. Second-rate battle skills appeared. They were all the strongest attacks of those who had comprehended the true meaning. The wind whistled, and the fist wind surged, fiercely attacking Zi Chen. Facing the attacks of the 2, Zi Chen did not dodge. In abdomen, silver lightning true Qi began to surge, like a bolt of lightning snaking out of his body, rushing towards his finger. In an instant, Zi Chen's finger turned into a bolt of lightning, directly rushing towards Yi Ping. Seeing Zi Chen's finger turn into lightning, the silver light of the lightning, as well as the tyrannical aura within the lightning, gave Yi Ping a big fright. His expression changed greatly, and his attack instantly turned into a defensive position. He cupped his fists and retreated, wanting to block Zi Chen's attack. Boom! However, his speed was far inferior to the speed of the lightning. In an instant, the lightning exploded on Yi Ping's chest, and the deafening sound was like thunder, rumbling. Under the lightning, Yi Ping's body was instantly charred black, as if he had been roasted by fire. Under the huge impact, he flew backwards, and directly smashed into the fleeing Lin Mir. Seeing the charred body, Lin Mi could not help but let out a scream of horror. Her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground, unable to run away. At the same time, Cao Kai's fist landed on Zi Chen's body. However, with his strong physique, Zi Chen's body only swayed in the air, and only took a few steps back. There were no injuries on his body, but the blood and chi in his body were surging. "This is Thunderbolt Finger," Cao Kai exclaimed. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, there was only one skill that could control lightning, Thunderbolt Finger. It was known as the strongest trash battle skill. Back then, Zichen had offended Luo men, so it was given to Zichen. However, Cao Kai never thought that Zichen would have mastered it. "Not bad, at least you have some knowledge." Zichen sneered, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. You actually mastered it." Cao Kai's eyes were filled with horror. He slowly walked backwards, and he already had the intention to retreat. The first-rate battle skill, Thunderbolt Finger, was something he could not block, unless he had the strength of level 8 Qi. In a single exchange, Yi Ping was destroyed by Thunderbolt Finger. Cao Kai was only slightly stronger than Yi Ping, so in an instant, he turned around and used his second-rate battle skill to retreat. "You want to leave? Not so easy." Zichen sneered. With a tap of his foot, the essence of true intent, flowing cloud steps appeared, and he instantly chased after Cao Kai. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger resounded as Zichen used the ferocious tiger fist again and again. "Scram, I won't kill you." Cao Kai roared again and again, and he turned around to attack again and again. However, every time he hit Zichen, he would always be the one at a disadvantage. Zichen's powerful physique was simply too frightening. "Scram, you monster. Scram, I said I won't kill you." Cao Kai roared again and again. In his eyes, Zichen had already become a monster. He clearly only had level 6 Qi, but his physique was comparable to a level 7 vicious beast. Cao Kai's attack could not break through his opponent's defense. Thunderbolt Finger. Finally, Zichen caught up to Cao Kai and used his killing move. His Qi surged, and a bolt of lightning appeared between his fingers, and it went straight for Cao Kai's back. Cao Kai shouted and mobilized all the true Qi in his body. A white light emerged from his fists and protected his front. He wanted to block this attack. Boom! The lightning fell on Cao Kai's body, and the Qi protecting his body was instantly shattered. At the same time, his arms, under the impact of the lightning, instantly drooped down, and his entire chest was charred black. His life force dissipated. 2 level 7 true Qi experts, in just 2 moves, were destroyed by Zichen. In one move, they were turned into charcoal, and in the next, they were not much better. Zichen quickly stepped forward, and rummaged through Cao Kai's chest, and then took out a porcelain bottle. After seeing that the porcelain bottle was safe and sound, he secretly said in his heart, "What a close call." Opening the porcelain bottle, the fragrance of a true Qi Dan assailed his nostrils. In the porcelain bottle, there was only one true Qi Dan. Zichen disdainfully said, "Really stingy." Afterwards, he went to Yi Ping's side. Yi Ping had already been thoroughly killed by the lightning, and even if he had a true Qi Dan, it would have been shattered by the lightning. Zichen did not harvest anything. Finally, he went to Linmi, who was paralyzed on the ground with a frightened face. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Lin Mi's eyes were full of panic, and his voice began to tremble. He was really afraid of Zichen's strength to the extreme. In just a short period of 10 days, Zichen had actually grown to this extent. With just a wave of his hand, he could kill a true Qi level 7 inner sect disciple. Linmi was already scared silly, sitting on the ground, not daring to move, and letting Zichen take away his true Qi Dan. "You go, I won't kill you today. Go back and tell Wang Xiong, if he wants to kill me, he better arrange a decent opponent." Chapter 31. Beside the 2 corpses, 2 badges fell out. These were the badges of inner sect disciples. At this moment, the bright red numbers on them attracted Zichen's attention. "These are contribution points." Picking up the badges, Zichen's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. On Cao Kai's badge, there was a number 3, indicating 3 contribution points. On Yi Ping's badge, there was a number 4. Zichen was overjoyed. Zhenqi surged from his fingers and he took out his own token. He swiped his finger across his opponent's token, and a 3 and a 4 appeared on his own token, forming the number 7. 7 contribution points. I'm rich. Zichen's eyes lit up as if he had found a shortcut to earning contribution points. Linmi did not die. Zichen did not kill him, but asked him to go back and report. Stumbling along the way, Linmi finally returned to the Nimbus martial ancestor with fear. Wang Meng had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Linmi return alone and in a daze, his face changed as a bad feeling arose in his heart. What happened? Where are they? Wang Meng asked coldly. Dead, they're all dead. Linmi seemed to have lost his mind as he said blankly. Obviously, he was scared out of his wits. Dead, damn it, what happened? Wang Meng's eyes flashed coldly. Linmi stuttered and could not say a word for a long time. Wang Meng was furious. Then, he dragged the dazed Linmi and walked towards the inner sect. In the inner sect, at Wang Xiong's residence. At this moment, other than Wang Meng and Wang Xiong, there were 4 other inner sect disciples present. Their gazes were all coldly staring at Lin Mi speak. What happened? What happened to Cao Kai and Yi Ping, or Dai? Wang Xiong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Wang Xiong's gaze was very similar to Zichen's gaze. Linmi could not help but shiver, and instantly became clear-headed. Speak. Wang Xiong urged coldly. It's Zichen. Zichen used despicable means to kill the 2 of them. Linmi lowered his head as despair appeared in his eyes. Tell me the details. It was Zichen who discovered us. Then, he ambushed the 2 senior brothers who were talking. Senior brother Cao Kai was heavily injured while senior brother Yi Ping was lightly injured. Zichen used a fusion battle skill. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a long time. In the end, the 2 senior brothers. Lin Mi's voice was trembling because of fear. Because my 2 senior brothers were fighting with Zichen, I was able to escape. I hope that senior brother Wang Xiong can kill Zichen and avenge them. Lin Mi's legs went soft and she fell to the ground. Where is Zichen? Wang Xiong asked again. He's at the outskirts of the silent jungle, near a conspicuous mound. Linmi clearly pointed out Zichen's exact location. Good, very good. Linmi, you did well. Go and rest. Wang Meng, send him off. Wang Xiong said indifferently, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. Wang Meng nodded and kicked Lin Mi. Let's go. I'll send you off. No need. Brother Meng, I can go back myself. Lin Mi's body trembled. Cut the crap. Let's go. Wang Meng pulled Linmi away. Linmi didn't beg for mercy. It was as if she had long since expected this. But a trace of madness and resentment appeared in her eyes. If you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being unjust. If you want to kill me, then you'll have to accompany me in death. When she had first seen the killing intent in Wang Xiong's eyes, Linmi had expected that Wang Meng would kill her to silence her. But now that she had regained her senses, she had thought of such a vicious plan. So she had told a lie. In any case, she was going to die, so why not let these people accompany her in death? Linmi believed that Zichen had the strength to kill her. Linmi was brought to the outer sect. Wang Meng had imagined that Linmi would scream, beg for mercy, and cry. But she was very calm. That surprised Wang Meng a bit. Walking out of the outer sect, the 2 of them arrived at a dense forest. All right, let's stop here. Linmi calmly said. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Wang Meng looked at Linmi in surprise. Brother Meng is going to kill someone. Linmi was very calm. She even had a smile on her face. You're not afraid of death? Wang Meng was very puzzled. I am. Then why are you smiling? Yes, because I believe that Brother Meng will come to find me soon. Linmi calmly said. You're courting death. Wang Meng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pointed his finger and a white light appeared. Instantly, it slashed towards Lin Mi's chest. Facing Wang Meng, who was at the 6th level of true qi, Linmi had no room to resist. He didn't have any intention of resisting. Even as he was about to die, he still had a smile on his face. That smile was a bit strange. His calm eyes looked at Wang Meng, giving him a creepy feeling. Wang Meng didn't know what was going on. When he returned, he found that his brother had already left. Moreover, he had brought the 4 closest senior brothers with him. There shouldn't be any accidents. Brother is at the peak of the 8th level of true Qi. Of the other 4, 2 are at the 7th level and 2 have just broken through to the 8th level. Their strength is very strong. Wang Meng muttered. He then returned to his residence and quietly waited for news. After Lin Mi left, Zi Chen dealt with the corpse. Once again, he sat cross-legged on the hill. In front of him was a floating lake. It was so clear that you could see the bottom. Fish were swimming in the water. Zi Chen's heart quickly calmed down. He then began to refine the true Qi Dan. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was operating. The surrounding world spirit Qi and wood essence Qi were converging towards Zi Chen. While he was refining the true Qi Dan, Zi Chen was still absorbing the world spirit Qi. The same scene played out. His heart absorbed all the energy and trembled. Then, from the heart, pure energy was fed back. This energy passed through his blood and meridians and entered every part of Zi Chen's body. His constitution was transforming, and so was his late-stage 6th level true energy. 2 true Qi Dans were consumed in a short period of time. Zi Chen's strength was fixed at the peak of the 6th level and his constitution was fixed at the peak of the 7th level. Hoo, ha! Zi Chen got up and jumped into the lake. He began to constantly punch. Under the resistance of the lake, Zi Chen's physical strength was rapidly depleting. After half an hour, Zi Chen had exhausted all his strength. His whole body was exhausted. He was looking for his own limit. He was also looking for the feeling of reaching his limit. When the last trace of strength in his body was released, Zi Chen resisted the weakness and punched out. In an instant, Zi Chen's heart began to tremble. Then, a pure energy appeared and rushed towards his limbs and bones. The strength that Zi Chen had just consumed was once again restored. Hoo, ha! In the lake, there was always a sound of ha. The whole lake was constantly stirred up by Zi Chen's punches. Many fish fled in panic, but there were still a few that were brought up by the lake. Time passed. Zi Chen challenged his limit again and again. During this time, he often did this action. The old man did not come today. Half a day later, Zi Chen caught a fish and walked out of the lake. He wrung his wet clothes and then killed the fish and roasted it. Soon after, the fragrance of the fish spread out and night fell. They should be here. After eating the last piece of fish, Zi Chen extinguished the fire on the ground. His eyes flashed with a cold light and he hid in the darkness. Before that, he must look around the environment. Wang Xiong led the 4 of them and didn't stop along the way. Their destination was the silent jungle. Just as night fell, they arrived outside the silent jungle. Be careful. This kid is very cunning. He knows how to launch a sneak attack. Wang Xiong warned. Wang Xiong, you worry too much. There are so many of us. It's good enough that Zi Chen didn't run when he saw us. If we count on him to launch a sneak attack, he would have run away long ago. A person next to him laughed disdainfully. Lin Chuan, it's always good to be careful. That kid's talent is even better than Chen Feng's. It's better to be cautious. You guys too. Wang Xiong said seriously. Don't worry. I guarantee that Zi Chen won't be able to return. The others nodded. Look, there are traces of fire. There are also some fish bones. The charcoal is still warm. It means that someone just left. Someone found the place where Zi Chen roasted the fish. There are also traces of battle here. What are these black things? Charcoal? Lin Chuan also found the traces of battle. Because the corpses were dealt with, the traces of battle were only a little messy. There were no traces of lightning. In addition, it was night now and their vision was not very clear. They did not notice. It must be Zi Chen. Here are Yi Ping and Cao Kai's tokens. Under the moonlight, the white tokens emitted a faint light. It was discovered by the attentive Wang Xiong in a corner. Then, the other 4 people surrounded it. Damn that kid. He actually took the contribution points. Lin Chuan cursed. Then, he looked at Wang Xiong and said, what do we do now? Chase. He must not have gone far. Wang Xiong threw away the token in his hand and said coldly. The other 4 nodded and chased forward. They really came. 5 of them came at once. On a big tree far away, Zichen saw the few people on the hill through the gaps between the leaves. They found all the clues they could find and then quickly left. Zichen guessed that they had gone deeper. He quickly went down the tree. Zichen carefully followed behind them. Time passed. The mountain road at night was not easy to walk on, even with the moonlight. The occasional sound of wild beasts in the forest proved that this place was not peaceful. After half the night, Wang Xiong was the first to stop. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiong said, "We can't walk aimlessly like this. Let's rest for the night and continue tomorrow." "Okay." The others were also tired. "Lin Chuan, you and Qi Yuan will keep watch," Wang Xiong said. "There are no wild beasts in this broken place. Why do we need to keep watch?" Lin Chuan, who was at level 8 true energy, stared at Wang Xiong. "It's better to be careful. Zichen was able to injure Cao Kai with a sneak attack. It proves that he is not weak," Wang Xiong said. "Forget it. You don't know his strength. Didn't you hear that idiot Lin Mi say that the two of them were chatting when they were attacked? And they fought for a long time." Lin Chuan said, "If I was the one who was injured, as long as I didn't die, I would have the strength to kill him in one blow. Fusion battle skills are nothing in front of my level 8 true energy. It's better to be careful. Okay, rest up. Tomorrow, try to find Zichen," Wang Xiong said indifferently. "I hope he attacks at night." Lin Chuan sneered. "I also want to see what kind of method Zichen used to kill Cao Kai and Yi Ping," Qi Yuan said. After that, Lin Chuan and Qi Yuan dispersed. Although they said that they did not care, when the two of them dispersed, they became more cautious and vigilant, looking around vigilantly. However, this vigilance slowly disappeared in the passing night. When dawn was about to arrive, even the roars of the wild beasts disappeared. The two of them leaned against a big tree and closed their eyes. They had actually fallen asleep. Chapter 32. Zichen carefully tailed them all the way. Finally, when the sky was about to brighten, he found an opportunity to strike. His target was Qi Yuan. Based on his intuition, Zichen guessed that the other party was slightly weaker. With both hands on the ground like an agile leopard, Zichen slowly approached. In this silent forest, not a single sound was made. Zichen didn't even look at Qi Yuan's face, afraid that the other party would notice. Qi Yuan was leaning against a tree and sleeping. Zichen overestimated his reaction time. When he was resting, his mouth was slightly open and he was snoring softly. When Zichen arrived in front of him, he didn't even notice. Without using Zhen Qi, Zichen only stretched out his hands and twisted the other party's neck. Catcher! A clear sound of bones breaking was heard. Qi Yuan's neck had been broken. Then, Zichen reached into Qi Yuan's chest with one hand and grabbed the token on Qi Yuan's waist with the other. His left hand took out a porcelain bottle and his right hand grabbed the token. Zichen began to flee. Not good. The first one to react was Wang Meng. When he heard the cracking sound, his whole body trembled. Then, he saw Zichen running away. Chase! Wang Xiong roared angrily and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. When the others woke up, Wang Meng had already entered the forest. "That's right, Qi Yuan. That damned Zichen, I'll definitely kill you." Lin Chuan let out a roar. With a tap of his foot, he suddenly flew forward. Like an arrow released from a bow, he also used a second-rate footwork. The other two had ugly expressions on their faces as they followed Lin Chuan and chased after him at high speed. The sky was slowly getting brighter. There was still a trace of coldness in the morning air. Zichen was like an agile leopard in the forest. He was escaping at full speed. The dewdrops on the leaves wet his green clothes. Wang Xiong was chasing Zichen closely. Moreover, the distance between them was rapidly closing. "Zichen, I want you dead," Wang Xiong roared as he chased after him. "You want to catch me? Come on then." Zichen sneered and sped up again. They were in the forest, and the road was not easy to traverse. If they were in the outside world, Zichen would have been caught by Wang Xiong long ago. Even so, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. "Wait till I catch you. Let's see where you can run to," Wang Xiong sneered. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the sound of running water entered Wang Xiong's ears. He saw the fleeing Zichen suddenly turn around and laugh at Wang Xiong. "You will never catch up with me." With that, Zichen turned around and jumped forward. When Wang Xiong got closer, he discovered that this was a huge waterfall. Below it was flowing water rapidly. There were also streams of white mist that blocked his vision. Damn it! Looking at the towering cliff, Wang Xiong could not muster up the courage to jump down. He could only look at the flowing river and curse. Why, did he run away? Lin Chuan and the rest chased after him. This kid is very cunning. He seemed to have predicted this and jumped down. Wang Xiong said in a deep voice. Everyone could see that he was suppressing the anger in his eyes. Hiss, this kid is really crazy. Is he playing with his life? Looking at the waterfall below, Lin Chuan felt a little dizzy. He took a deep breath and could not help but curse. What do we do now? The few of them looked at Wang Xiong again. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to dismember his body. Wang Xiong said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The three of them nodded and walked to the other side. They wanted to take a detour down the mountain. The four of them left quickly. After a long time, a wet right hand reached out from the cliff. Then, Zichen, who was drenched by the waterfall, climbed up from the side of the cliff. Zichen spat out the water in his mouth and wiped his face. Seeing that there was no one around, he could not help but laugh. Haha, looks like he went down. What a bunch of idiots. Previously, Zichen had jumped down in an instant, but he hadn't landed at the bottom of the waterfall. Instead, he had relied on his strong physique to grab onto a protruding rock and hang there, blocking the impact of the waterfall. In a short 15 minutes, Zichen had reached his limit twice. There was a steady flow of energy from his heart. If it was someone else, they would not be able to hold on and would have fallen down. When climbing up, Zichen also used up all his strength to safely reach the top. The sky was already bright. The golden sun shone on the ground, removing the moisture on the ground. The fog above the waterfall also disappeared. At this moment, Wang Xiong and the rest had already reached the bottom of the waterfall. They were looking for Zichen, but unfortunately, they did not see any trace of him coming ashore. Could it be that he really died and went downstream along the river? Wang Xiong guessed. It's very possible. This cliff is hundreds of meters high. Even if he doesn't die from falling, he will faint. It's very likely that Zichen has already followed the river downstream. Lin Chuan frowned and explained. His eyes looked around randomly. Unknowingly, his eyes followed the waterfall and saw the top of the waterfall. The next moment, Lin Chuan's eyes almost fell out. He found a person standing on top of the waterfall. There's someone there. It seems to be Zichen. Lin Chuan exclaimed. What? Their faces changed. Their eyes followed Lin Chuan's direction. When they saw it, their noses were almost crooked from anger. They had searched everywhere but had not found him. Who would have thought that Zichen would actually be above the waterfall? At this moment, Zichen was standing above the waterfall, wringing his wet clothes. He seemed to have noticed the gazes from below. Zichen swept his gaze over and saw a few people. He then smiled at them and disappeared above. Damn it, Zichen, I'm going to eat you. Wang Xiong was really angry. They had only been here for a short night, but they were played around by Zichen. The few of them spurred their horses on and had no choice but to climb the mountain again to catch up with Zichen. This is very stingy. Unexpectedly, there are only 2 contribution points and 2 chi recovery pills. There isn't even a single true chi dan. Stingy, truly stingy. After seeing the number of contribution points on the token and the chi recovery pills in the porcelain bottle, Zichen was very disappointed. Now, his true chi had reached the peak of the 6th level. After several extreme training sessions, he was very close to the 7th level. If he had a true chi pill at this moment, he had full confidence that he would break through. After some calculations, he obtained the porcelain bottle. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. He did not get a true chi pill. Depressed, Chen could only throw away the empty token and start running again. He imagined that he would break through and then counterattack, but it could not be realized. When Wang Xiong and the others caught up, they only saw a token and a broken porcelain bottle. After him. Furious, they gave chase again. This time, they looked at the water stains on the ground and chased after him. As they chased, they found that the water stains had disappeared. After all, they had spent a long time going up the mountain. Damn it, this sneaky bastard. Split up and chase. Be careful. It's fine as long as we don't get ambushed. If we face him head-on, Chen will definitely die. Wang Xiong, who was mad, could not help but say. Everyone spread out, looking for Chen. The four of them had already spread out. Occasionally, they would contact each other and say that they did not find Chen. In the distance, Chen looked at the weakest of the four and muttered in his heart, "It's him. He's only at the 7th level of true qi, but he dares to kill me alone. I hope he has a true qi pill. Where is this Chen hiding? That damned thing actually killed Qi Yuan." Looking at the huge forest around him, Po Luo cursed inwardly. He had a very good relationship with Qi Yuan. Before coming here, they had even discussed that after killing Chen, they would go back and have a good drink. Who would have thought that Qi Yuan would be killed by Chen in just one night? Despicable thing. He actually dared to ambush me. If I saw him, I would definitely kill him myself. Thinking this, Po Luo could not help but whisper. This was a primitive forest. The trees here were all over 100 years old. Behind each tree could be a person. Just as Po Luo was whispering, a voice suddenly came from behind a tree. Is that so? You want to kill me? Do you have the strength? Immediately after, a person walked out from behind the tree. It was Chen. His clothes were still wet, but they were no longer dripping water. Chen. Killing intent flashed in Po Luo's eyes. Looking at Po Luo, Chen indifferently said, I'll give you a chance. Call your companions, or do you want to do it yourself? Shameless boasting. I'll naturally kill you myself. Po Luo was furious. His peak stage 7 true qi violently surged. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but before he attacked, he shouted, Chen is here. Attacking and calling for help at the same time, Po Luo's reaction was very fast. Die. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura around his body was compressed to a point. The second-rate battle skill, Starburst Fist, was already unleashed. The Starburst Fist was one of the more powerful second-rate battle skills in Nimbus Martial Ancestor, so it was used by many people. Facing Po Luo's attack, Chen did not dodge. His calm eyes suddenly became fierce. The aura around his body crazily surged. In an instant, Chen seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger that was both tough and soft. A fusion battle skill instantly appeared. Roar. After the roar of a fierce tiger, Chen fiercely punched. With a cracking sound, Po Luo's body flew backwards. He had truly come quickly and retreated just as quickly. Go to hell. With a tap of his foot, killing intent burst out from his eyes. Like a nimble tiger, he instantly appeared in front of Po Luo. Under the other's terrified gaze, Chen once again punched. Help! The terrified Po Luo cried for help. His true qi flooded his body as he began to defend. In his view, peak stage 7 true qi should be able to block Chen's attack. Puff! With a soft sound, Chen's fist struck Po Luo's chest. His protective true qi was instantly scattered, and a powerful force surged towards his heart. In an instant, his heart stopped beating. Ua! Po Luo's terrified eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that his stage 7 true qi would be unable to block Chen's attack. Just as his life force dissipated and his body fell backwards, Chen had already taken away his command medallion. There were still 4 contribution points in it. In addition, the true qi pills he had kept for himself were also taken away by Chen. Peng. Chapter 33. What the F***ck is going on? Seeing Po Luo lying on the ground lifeless, Wang Xiong couldn't help but curse. From the time Po Luo had called out until now, only a few breaths of time had passed. What could be done in such a short time? But the peak 7th level Po Luo had died in just a few breaths of time. The token is gone. It must have been Zi Chen's doing. That damned bastard, if he isn't strong then he would use a sneak attack. Lin Chuan hatefully cursed. Zi Chen, Wang Xiong, will definitely kill you. Wang Xiong's roar was like rolling thunder, directly attracting the roars of the beasts in the silent forest. Find him, we must find that damned bastard, we must tear him to shreds. Wang Xiong's eyes were spitting fire. How long had it been? That little bastard that he could have pinched to death with a finger had actually grown to such a degree. He had even played Wang Xiong in circles. The three of them once again split up, searching for Zi Chen's trail. As for Zi Chen, he had already run more than 10 miles away and once again arrived in front of the large waterfall. However, this time, he walked to the bottom of the waterfall and sat cross-legged on a large rock. There really is a true chi pill. This time I really struck it rich. Looking at the true chi pill in the porcelain bottle, Zi Chen happily said. A true chi pill would allow Zi Chen to smoothly break through to the 7th level of true energy. At that time, Zi Chen would naturally be able to deal with Wang Xiong. At this moment, Zi Chen was happy because he was eyeing Wang Xiong's contribution points. After killing 4 people in a row, Zi Chen already had 13 contribution points. This harvest was simply too great. His excited mood quickly calmed down. Zi Chen once again swallowed a true chi pill. Under the heavenly thunder body tempering art, the energy within the true chi pill flowed through his meridians. After half a cycle, before this energy could enter his limbs and bones, it was suddenly absorbed by his heart. Afterwards, a pure energy rushed to every part of Zi Chen's body. Previously, Zi Chen's true energy was at the peak of the 6th level, and his body was at the peak of the 7th level. Now that he had taken a true energy pill, it was as if the conditions were right. Pure energy entered Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's strong physique transformed once again. His bones, blood, skin, and bone marrow were all changing. His peak level 7 ferocious beast physique was now approaching level 8. At the same time, the true energy within Zi Chen's abdomen, which had already reached a certain limit, started to vibrate. Then, the true energy of the 6th level began to move towards the 7th level. With Zi Chen as the center, the heaven and earth spirit chi gathered from all directions. After being refined, it constantly replenished what Zi Chen had absorbed. The transformation continued. Zi Chen's breakthrough was imminent. In the distance, Wang Xiong and the rest were rushing towards Zi Chen's location. Their hearts were filled with anger. The 5 of them had surrounded Zi Chen, but they hadn't even made a single move. Instead, 2 of them had been killed by Zi Chen. The 3 of them followed all the clues and once again arrived at the top of the waterfall. Did you guys find him? Seeing the 2 of them arrive, Wang Xiong asked. The 2 of them shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't. Damn it, he's over there. Suddenly, Lin Chuan pointed at a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder below the waterfall. Damn it, we've been looking for you so hard, and you're actually cultivating here. Wang Xiong cursed from the top of the waterfall. He then signaled the 2 of them to quickly take a detour down the mountain. As for jumping down from here, they really didn't have the courage to do so. The breakthrough in strength and constitution lasted for almost half an hour. When Zi Chen opened his eyes, everything had changed. Whether it was his zhenqi or his physical constitution, they had all undergone huge changes. If Zi Chen were to fight someone in the 7th stage of zhenqi again, he would be able to beat them to death with just his fists, not his zhenqi. Opening his eyes, Zi Chen took a deep breath. He felt that life was so beautiful. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Zi Chen sighed. Thinking back to the time when he almost died, he suddenly came back to life. Although there were endless troubles, the speed at which his strength increased could be said to be terrifying. In just a few months, he had broken through from an ordinary person to the 7th level of true energy. This talent seemed to have far surpassed all the geniuses in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Light footsteps sounded at this moment. With the breakthrough in strength, Zi Chen's perception and hearing had greatly increased. Even from far away, he could hear the movement. He smiled faintly, knowing that Wang Xiong and the rest had arrived. All the grudges will be settled here. Zichen sighed, stood up and turned around, looking into the distance. A moment later, 3 white-clothed figures appeared. When they saw Zichen, they tapped their feet and swiftly flew over, surrounding Zichen in a fan shape. After they surrounded Zichen and confirmed that Zichen had nowhere to run, Wang Xiong coldly asked, "Run, why aren't you running?" "I'm not running, let's settle all the grudges now." Zichen looked at Wang Xiong, his eyes filled with calmness. "Kid, today is the day you die. Settle grudges, who do you think you are?" Lin Chuan sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zichen ignored Lin Chuan, looked at Wang Xiong, and said calmly, "A few months ago, I found a 500-year-old snow ginseng. I called Zhao Can and wanted to share it with him, but I didn't expect him to find you. You sent Lin Ying and Lin Hao for the snow ginseng. We had never crossed paths before, but we crossed paths at that time. In order to please you, Zhao Can almost killed me, but I was lucky enough to survive. In the end, I killed Zhao Can, and Lin Ying and Lin Hao died in my hands. After I returned to the sect, your brother, Wang Meng, found someone to pour feces outside my room. He wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, they were all dead. Along the way, you were the one who found trouble with me. Now, you want to kill me, so I won't hide anymore. Today, we'll settle all the grudges. Either you die, or I die." Zichen looked at the other two and said, "The two of you have no grudges with me. You wanted to kill me because of Wang Xiong. Now, I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones." "Mph, Zichen, don't talk big. King let bygones be bygones? You killed 2 of our brothers, and you're King, right?" Lin Chuan scolded. An inner sect disciple beside him also looked at Zichen coldly. They deserved to die. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. Zichen said calmly. "I'll say the same to you. Little guy, you killed my brothers, so you have to be prepared to be killed." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan's body suddenly exploded. The 8th layer of Zhen Qi in his body surged, and he fiercely attacked Zichen. "Scram, you just broke through to the 8th layer, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Zichen roared. He clenched his fists and punched forward. This attack didn't contain any Zhen Qi. It was just pure strength. Peng! A dull sound exploded in the air. Zichen stood motionless on the big rock, while Lin Chuan was sent flying back. After landing, he took a few steps back. "You." Lin Chuan's face changed. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen didn't use any Zhen Qi in that attack, but he was still able to fight him to a draw. "I'll give you one more chance. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones," Zichen said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Zichen, stop dreaming. With us brothers joining forces, do you think we're afraid of you? You killed so many of our brothers. How can we not let you die with us?" Wang Xiong sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Go, do it." At the same time, Wang Xiong shouted at the other two. "Kill." The 3 of them roared and rushed toward Zichen. Their Zhen Qi surged, and a powerful second-rate battle skill was displayed. Zichen snorted coldly as a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. A mere second-rate battle skill was nothing compared to a first-rate battle skill. Zichen stood on the big rock. His posture was unusually confident. When he saw the 3 of them coming, he raised his right hand and pointed 3 fingers in front of him. First-rate battle skill, Thunderbolt Finger. In an instant, the 3 of them saw 3 lightning bolts appear in front of them. They carried a destructive aura and rushed toward them at lightning speed. Boom! 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 The 3 lightning bolts exploded in front of the 3 of them. The destructive energy rushed toward them. The 3 of them who were rushing toward them were now retreating rapidly. "This is Thunderbolt Finger. You actually mastered it." Wang Xiong waved his sleeves and hurriedly retreated. His face changed. Although he blocked the lightning bolt, his white clothes were already charred. He was in a very sorry state. Pu. Pu. While he was still in shock at Zichen's battle skill, Lin Chuan and his companion both spat out a mouthful of blood. They had just broken through to True Energy Stage 8, but when faced with the first-rate battle skill, Thunderbolt Finger, they were already injured. The two of them should be glad that they attacked Zichen at the same time. If it was one-on-one, the two of them would not be seriously injured, but dead. Thunderbolt Finger, this is impossible. The two of them who were seriously injured were obviously in shock. Why is it impossible? Zichen looked down at the three of them. His heart was filled with doubt. Logically speaking, Lin Mi should have told them about this matter. This is publicly recognized as a trash battle skill. Lin Chuan could not help but roar. Because he was too excited, he started coughing up blood again. This is publicly recognized as the strongest trash battle skill. The reason it is called trash is because you are stupid and can't practice it. Zichen ridiculed. He slowly walked down the boulder and walked toward the three of them. At this moment, only Wang Xiong was not injured. "Mph, so what if you have mastered Thunderbolt Finger? I want to see how many times you can use it. When your Zhen Qi is exhausted, it will be your death." Wang Xiong's shock was quickly replaced by calmness. His Zhen Qi was at the peak of the 8th level. He was already prepared to attack. "I don't know how many times I can use it, but it is enough to kill the two of them." Zichen raised his finger and pointed at the two. "You dare!" Wang Xiong was furious. But Zichen's finger once again formed a lightning bolt. Ha! At this critical moment, Lin Chuan suddenly jumped up. He mobilized all the Zhen Qi in his body to defend against Zichen's attack. Boom! But after such a powerful attack, everything was in vain. After the lightning bolt fell, Lin Chuan's body fell backward and his vitality dissipated. One more attack. Zichen grinned and pointed his finger again. No! In the shrill scream, another inner disciple died in the hands of Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's abdomen was empty. There was not a single drop of Zhen Qi left. Beside him, Wang Xiong was still in peak condition. Chapter 34. Haha. His brother's corpse was beside him, but at this moment, Wang Xiong was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "Is it funny?" Zichen looked at Wang Xiong. "Of course it's funny. Now that your Zhen Qi has been depleted, let's see what you have to deal with me. You really are an idiot. So what if you have comprehended the Thunderbolt Finger? Without your Zhen Qi, you are just a toothless tiger." Wang Xiong grinned. This time, he was truly prepared to attack. "Looking at you, I thought of someone." Zichen's mouth had a trace of sarcasm. "Zhao Can, just like you. He doesn't care about the life and death of his brothers. Everything is for himself. You obviously had the chance to save their lives, but you didn't. You just wanted to exhaust my Zhen Qi. You didn't care about the lives of your brothers just to kill me. People like you are scum in this world." Zichen said coldly. "Mph, shitty brothers. They are only from the same sect. For them to be able to exhaust your primary qi before dying, they can be considered to have done something." Wang Xiong coldly harumphed. He did not show any anger towards Zichen's ridicule. Man's plan is not as good as God's plan. Today, I will let you know that even if your plan is flawless, the one who will die today will still be you. Shameless boasting. Die. Wang Xiong rushed towards Zichen. The second-rate battle skill, Mountain Splitting Palm, was displayed. It was like a mountain-splitting blade, slashing towards Zichen. Peng. Without Zhen Qi, Zichen could only use his fists. His strong fists collided with the mountain-splitting blade, creating a loud sound. In one exchange, Zichen's body was sent flying. His fists were somewhat numb. With the physique of a level 8 vicious beast, Zichen was slightly at a disadvantage against a peak level 8 Zhen Qi. "Haha, who told you to boast? Today is the day you die." Wang Xiong laughed and struck again. Peng. 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 Under the waterfall, the two of them engaged in a life-and-death battle. Wang Xiong's attacks were exceptionally fierce, and every strike was a fatal blow. His eyes were spitting fire as he wanted to kill Zichen. On the other hand, Zichen appeared to be much calmer. He countered every move that came his way. Once there was an opportunity to attack, he would give Wang Xiong a punch or two. Time passed in the midst of the battle. Wang Xiong, who had a hideous smile and confidence on his face, gradually changed his expression. First, it turned serious, and then it turned into disbelief. Impossible, why is your body so strong? Wang Xiong let out a strange cry and finally managed to land a blow on Zichen's body. However, it only left a shallow wound on his opponent's body. Peng! Wang Xiong's blow landed on Zichen's shoulder. However, the expected sound of bones shattering did not appear. Zichen's body was terrifyingly strong. Immediately after, Zichen took the blow and punched out, sending Wang Xiong retreating. Your Zhenqi is almost exhausted, right? Zichen sneered. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his green clothes were also soaked. Let's see how much strength you have left. Wang Xiong clenched his teeth and persevered. The two of them once again engaged in a fierce battle. After a long time, Wang Xiong's Zhenqi was exhausted. He was gasping for breath and was unable to continue fighting. As for Zichen, it was as if he had just been fished out of the water. His body's energy consumption had also reached a limit. Haha, Zichen, the one who is going to die now is you. Seeing that Zichen had no strength left, Wang Xiong laughed. He took out a short dagger from his back and was about to stab it towards Zichen's heart. However, in an instant, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura from Zichen's body. He saw that the previously extremely weak Zichen, who had no strength left, was now in high spirits. His eyes were incomparably bright. I think the one who is going to die is you. Zichen stood up. His voice was loud and full of energy. He did not look weak at all. After that, Zichen walked towards Wang Xiong. This is impossible. You are a monster. Wang Xiong held the short dagger. His eyes were finally filled with horror. When he saw Zichen walking towards him, he weakly waved the short dagger and stabbed it towards Zichen's heart. Pu! The short dagger stabbed into his chest. Blood instantly flowed out. When the short dagger was pulled out, a line of blood shot out from his chest. Humph, you are really useless. This is just the limit and you can't hold on. Zichen sneered. He threw the short dagger to the side. After that, regardless of the blood on his body, he searched the other's body. Damn, the peak of the 8th level is actually so poor. You don't even have a true Qi Dan. After searching for a while, Zichen was extremely depressed. He then took away Wang Xiong's token. On the token, the number 5 appeared. The peak of the 8th level only has 5 contribution points. Wang Xiong, you are really weak. Zichen shook his head. His eyes were full of contempt. Zichen did not know that Wang Xiong's contribution points had been used to exchange for Wang Meng's things. After that, Zichen plundered the two of them and obtained a few Qi returning pills. He also obtained 11 contribution points. His harvest was not bad. After all the contribution points were used up, Zichen saw the number 29 appear on his own token. 29 contribution points. If I add a little more, I can exchange for 15 true Qi Dans. Zichen was very satisfied with this harvest. Next to the hill, next to the lake, the old man appeared again with a gourd and a fishing rod. Drinking wine and fishing, very leisurely. Uncle, how are you today? Zichen returned from the depths. The blood on his clothes had been washed away. Little brother, you haven't left yet. When the old man saw Zichen, his turbid eyes lit up. No, I will return to the sect tomorrow. Zichen chuckled. He walked in front of the old man. After finding that there were no fish in the basket, Zichen put on his clothes and jumped into the lake. Uncle, how can your fishing speed be faster than catching fish? Zichen jumped into the water and quickly caught a fish. He then swam to the shore and put them in the bamboo house. In a moment, there were 7 or 8 big fish in the bamboo house. Little brother, what are you doing? This old man can't eat so many fish. Uncle, if you can't finish them, take them home. I'm going back to the sect tomorrow. There are ferocious beasts in this forest, so you should be careful. I'll catch a few more for you. Eat sparingly. I'll come back in a few days. Zichen caught 2 more fish and brought them over. Next to the bonfire, Zichen and the old man sat together, eating grilled fish and chatting. It was still the same thing as before. The two seemed to have talked many times. He told the old man about what happened in the sect. He even told him about the dung incident. The old man told him some interesting things. When they heard the funny part, the two laughed. There was a lot of wine in the gourd. Zichen and the old man each took a sip. They drank and chatted. Because of the alcohol, Zichen was soon drunk. Young man, very good. Looking at Zichen sleeping soundly next to the bonfire, the old man's eyes had a touch of admiration. He then walked to the lake, poured out the fish in the bamboo basket, took the empty bamboo basket and fishing rod, and carried the wine gourd, and walked down the mountain. His steps were slow, but firm. The next morning, Zichen woke up and felt a headache. Aya, I drank too much yesterday. This wine is really bad. Zichen kept rubbing his head. Suddenly, he felt that something was missing. Uncle? Zichen woke up. Yesterday, he said that he would send the old man back. Could it be that the old man went back? I don't know if he went back in the day or at night. No, I have to go take a look. Nothing must happen. Zichen walked down the mountain and saw a thatched hut in the distance. There was a bamboo basket hanging outside the hut. Well, it seems that he went back. I should also return to the sect. Zichen was relieved. He turned and walked in the direction of the sect. Nimbus martial ancestor. The news about Zichen had already spread. Senior brother Wang Xiong had found Zichen's traces and had personally led people there. Zichen's life was already decided when Wang Xiong left the sect. After Lin Shui heard the news, her face turned pale. She quickly went to find Su Mengyaro, but the latter shook her head helplessly. This was because she did not know where Zichen was. Lin Shui returned dejectedly. Unknowingly, she walked out of the sect and saw Wang Meng. Wang Meng stood in the distance, as if waiting for something. Chimph Lin Shui snorted. Wang Meng must be waiting for Wang Xiong, so Lin Shui also waited on the other side for Zichen's return. After a while, Miao Kong also received the news. Compared to Lin Shui's serious face, Miao Kong was much calmer. Is Zichen still your friend? Aren't you worried at all? The anxious Lin Shui couldn't help but complain. Miao Kong smiled and said, Of course I'm worried, but you don't have to show it on your face. When Zichen returned that day, he should have expected this scene, but he still chose to come back. So, this step is his own choice. It's useless to be anxious. Chimph, I think you don't care about him. You're not friends. I've heard about Zhao Can in the past. You're just like Zhao Can. Lin Shui's words were not polite at all. Miao Kong was not angry. Instead, he was very open-minded and only smiled. How is it? I was right. Go, you're not his friend. Go. Lin Shui wanted to drive Miao Kong away. Miao Kong's faint smile turned into a bitter smile. Facing the unreasonable Lin Shui, he could only say, All right, I'm also worried about Zichen. But I've seen his fate. He doesn't seem to be a short-lived person, so I believe he will come back. Bah! Lin Shui spat and said, You're a cultivator, yet you still believe in such nonsense. Although she didn't believe it, Lin Shui was very happy. Thinking about it carefully, Zichen's fate did not seem to be short-lived, even if Lin Shui didn't even know what fate was. Miao Kong shrugged and smiled faintly. Zichen will definitely die this time. Stop dreaming. My big brother has brought Lin Chuan and the others. Even if he has 10 lives, he will still die. In the distance, Wang Meng heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but mock them. Nonsense, I think your big brother is already dead. Lin Shui said angrily. Ha ha. Wang Meng laughed loudly. Looking at the angry Lin Shui, he asked, in the Nimbus martial ancestor, Who can kill my big brother? A mere Zichen? He's not even worthy to carry my big brother's shoes. You said Zichen killed my big brother. Do you believe that? Ah. Lin Shui was startled. She was speechless from Wang Meng's words. She thought that Zichen would be able to survive because she thought Zichen wouldn't be discovered by Wang Xiong. Haha, even you don't believe it. Who do you think will believe it? Wang Meng laughed heartily. In his laughter, the haze caused by Lin Mi's words before his death disappeared. Chapter 35. As soon as he finished speaking, A blue-robed figure appeared in the distance. He had a handsome face, a confident smile, and a faint trace of mockery on his face. Zi Chen. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Meng's eyes widened as he stared at Zi Chen in disbelief. Zi Chen, hihi, I knew you would be fine. Lin Shui, dressed in a snow-white robe, had already rushed over. A fragrant wind blew over as Lin Shui was already in Zi Chen's embrace. I knew you would be fine. Lin Shui's voice was choked with emotion. Of course I'm fine. Zi Chen smiled and hugged Lin Shui. Zi Chen, you actually came back. Where's my big brother? Didn't you meet him? Wang Meng didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you think? Zi Chen sneered, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. This is impossible. You're just a new inner disciple. You only killed Cao Kai and Yi Ping with a sneak attack. How could you kill my big brother? Wang Meng still couldn't believe it. Oh! Zi Chen had a trace of doubt in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by relief. Lin Mi told you this, right? Of course it was him. At this moment, Wang Meng recalled the strange smile on Lin Mi's face before he died. That look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person. If I'm not wrong, you should have killed him. Zi Chen said. Wang Meng didn't say anything. No wonder. Zi Chen was relieved. Lin Mi being killed by Wang Xiong and the others was completely out of Zi Chen's expectations. What was even more unexpected was that Lin Mi hid the fact that he had comprehended the Thunderbolt Finger. When Wang Xiong and the others saw him using the Thunderbolt Finger, they were shocked. Zi Chen was puzzled at first, but now he was relieved. Zi Chen pulled Lin Shui and walked in front of Miao Kong, ignoring Wang Meng. In the future, the two wouldn't have any interactions. Without Wang Xiong as his backing, he was nothing in the sect. You killed my big brother and fellow disciples. Zi Chen, you're finished. I'm going to report you. After saying this, Wang Meng quickly left. However, he did not look for the elder. Instead, he looked for Luo Men. Haha, I knew that you wouldn't die. Miao Kong finally had a smile on his face. The two of them hugged each other like brothers. To be able to kill Wang Xiong, it seems that your strength has made another breakthrough. Miao Kong said with a smile. Just a little bit. Zi Chen also smiled and waved the token in his hand. The 29 contribution points in it were so eye-catching. Seeing these contribution points, the three of them smiled at each other. They naturally understood what had happened. Come with me to exchange for a movement technique, Zi Chen suggested as the three of them walked into the sect. Changing footwork? Miao Kong frowned slightly. That's right. Without a second-rate footwork technique, your movements will be limited, Zi Chen said. So it's like this. Don't worry about the footwork. I suggest you change to an offensive combat skill first, Miao Kong said. Offensive combat skill? Zi Chen was a little hesitant. He already had Thunderbolt Finger. If he wanted an offensive combat skill, it would be a waste of contribution points. You can also exchange for true Qi pills or Qi recovery pills. Seeing Zi Chen hesitate, Miao Kong smiled. He then walked in front of Zi Chen and whispered in his ear, I have a way to deal with the footwork. Zi Chen nodded. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, he only had one friend left. The three of them walked towards the place where they could exchange for contribution points. Soon, the three of them once again arrived at the place where they could exchange for contribution points. They then entered the place where they could comprehend the rewards. Once again, they met Luo Men. What's the matter? Luo Men said coldly when he saw Zi Chen enter. Give me 14 true Qi pills and 1 Qi recovery pill. Zi Chen took out the token and said lightly. Luo Men took the token. His face suddenly changed. He pointed at Zi Chen and said, Where did you get so many contribution points? It's none of your business, Zi Chen said coldly. You little brat, the Nimbus martial ancestors' contribution points are all issued by me, Luo Men. We have never given you any. Now you actually have more than 20 contribution points. Speak, did you kill your fellow disciples? Luo Men questioned. No, Zi Chen said. Nonsense, you killed my big brother and sneak attacked Cao Kai and the others. Suddenly, An angry voice sounded from behind the three of them. Wang Meng walked in. Zichen turned around and looked at Wang Meng. He looked at Luo Men and a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. According to the Nimbus martial ancestors' rules, killing a fellow disciple is a capital offense. Zichen, do you admit to your crime? Luo Men said coldly. Admit to what crime? I don't know what you're talking about. Zichen naturally would not admit to it. This kind of thing happened every year in the Nimbus martial ancestor, if not 100, at least a dozen. Every time, they would not pursue the matter. But this time, they actually pursued him. This was naturally Luo Men's plan. Once Zichen admitted to it, he would immediately be killed here. Miao Kong remained motionless, but Lin Shui quietly retreated. Lin Shui, where are you going? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. A white-robed disciple blocked Lin Shui's path. This person was actually Luo Mu, the senior brother who wanted to borrow Zichen's true qi pills. Lin Shui was forced to return. There was no hope of asking for help. At this moment, many inner disciples appeared around them. Most of them were those who had asked to borrow Zichen's things and were scolded by Zichen as idiots. Everyone was glaring at the three of them, surrounding them. What do you want to do? Fight. Zichen sneered with a calm face. Miao Kong was the same, he was not anxious at all. Zichen, you killed a fellow disciple. The evidence is conclusive. Today is the day you die. Luo Men said again. Idiot, which of your dog eyes saw me killing a fellow disciple? Now you're slandering me. Where is the evidence? These contribution points. Zichen stared at Luo Men. Yes, these contribution points. Tell me, where did they come from? I didn't give you any contribution points, where did you get them? I picked them up. Zichen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Every year in the Nimbus martial ancestor, there were dozens of people who picked up contribution points. Zichen was not the first, nor would he be the last. Bastard, what do you think the Nimbus martial ancestors' contribution points are? Are they cabbages that you can pick up as you please? Luo Men was overbearing. Zichen, you can't say where the contribution points came from. Naturally, you obtained them by killing fellow disciples. Today is the day you die. I hope the elders will decide. Luo Men suddenly bowed to the back. The evidence is conclusive. I hope the elders will decide. The others also said respectfully. At this moment, a red-clothed elder walked out from the back. This was a middle-aged man with a sharp gaze. As soon as he came out, he stared at Zichen. This is Elder Luo Fei. Some people recognized this elder at a glance. Luo Fei was in the Xiantian realm and was in charge of the Nimbus martial ancestors' contribution points. Elder Luo Fei was one of the 10 elders who participated in the assessment that day. What else do you have to say? As soon as Luo Fei appeared, a Xiantian pressure filled the entire hall. My contribution points were picked up. I didn't kill any of my fellow disciples. Zichen still refused to back down. Luo Fei's question was very clever. If Zichen replied that he had nothing to say, then he would have fallen into Luo Fei's trap. Luo Fei would definitely say that it was fine as long as he admitted to it. Then he would kill Zichen with lightning speed. You're still quibbling. Then tell me, where did these contribution points come from? As soon as he finished speaking, the Xiantian pressure in the hall disappeared. However, an even stronger pressure locked onto Zichen. I picked them up. Zichen's body emitted a faint silver light. 7 layers of Zhenqi surged to resist the pressure. You're still quibbling. Luo Fei's eyes flashed coldly. I picked them up. Zichen still insisted. You're courting death. You killed your fellow disciples for contribution points. I'll betray you and die. Luo Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent. His Xiantian Zhenqi surged as if he was about to attack. Lin Shui was very anxious, but she couldn't save Zichen. This incident was obviously caused by Wang Meng colluding with Luo Men. Stop. Just when everyone was waiting for Elder Luo Fei to make a move, a cold voice came from outside. The crowd parted as the #1 beauty of the inner sect, Su Mengyaro, walked in. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a goddess descending. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Senior sister, please save Zichen." They framed him. Lin Shui walked to Su Mengyao's side and held her hand. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can frame Zichen." Su Mengyao's tone was firm. "Senior sister Su, what do you mean? Zichen killed his fellow disciples. The evidence is clear." "When did we frame him?" Luo Men said unhappily. Seeing Su Mengyao, Luo Fei's pupils shrank. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. "Who did he kill?" Su Mengyao looked at Luo Men. "He killed my brother, Cao Kai, Yi Ping, and many others." Wang Meng spoke first. "Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Su Mengyao looked at Wang Meng coldly. There was a sharp aura around the goddess, as well as a sense of superiority. Wang Meng was the weakest here. He didn't have the right to speak to Su Mengyao. Wang Meng was stunned. His face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. "Senior sister, it's useless to be angry. He did kill Wang Xiong." Luo Men said. "You saw it. These contribution points are the evidence. I personally gave them out. How could he have picked them up?" Luo Men spread out his hands. "Of course he didn't pick them up. I gave them to him." Su Mengyao said. "What?" Everyone's face changed. They didn't expect Su Mengyao to say that, and in such a strong tone. Luo Men and the others couldn't say a word. If Su Mengyao wasn't there, killing Zichen wouldn't be a big deal. But with Su Mengyao's appearance, this excuse wasn't enough. "Elder Luo Fei, do you think it's wrong for me to give out some contribution points?" Su Mengyao didn't pay attention to the others. She turned and looked at Luo Fei. A smile suddenly appeared on Luo Fei's gloomy face. He hurriedly said, "Of course there's nothing wrong with it. Luo Men, this is your fault. You didn't investigate clearly and accused people wrongly. Be careful next time." After saying that, he walked into the depths of the hall and disappeared. A storm was resolved by a few words from Su Mengyao. When the elders saw Su Mengyao retreating, the disciples clearly felt Su Mengyao's power. They didn't dare to continue the fight. Those senior brothers who wanted to wrongly accuse Zichen looked gloomy. Obviously, they didn't expect Su Mengyao to support Zichen. Moreover, the powerful elders were fawning over Su Mengyao. "Shui, come back with me." After dealing with all this, Su Mengyao left. Before she left, she looked at Zichen with a touch of admiration on her beautiful face. "Zichen, you're good." Then, Su Mengyao left with Shuelin. Su Mengyao's praise made everyone envious. But then, they were greeted with Zichen's cold gaze. Zichen's gaze swept across the group of inner disciples as a cold smile appeared on his face. "Not bad, your performance today was very good. I will remember all of you." His threatening words made everyone shiver. Only then did they remember that he was the one who killed Wang Xiong. They laughed and said it was a misunderstanding. Then, they left resentfully. Everyone left, including Wang Meng. Only Luo Men was left. "Exchange for genuine qi pills," Zichen said coldly. Chapter 36. Are you courting death? Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he threatened. The corner of Luo Men's mouth had a trace of disdain as he ridiculed, "If you have the ability, then make your move." The scene that had just eased up once again became hostile. "If you don't want to deduct, then scram." Luo Men was not the slightest bit afraid of Zichen's cold gaze. Instead, he ridiculed. "Exchange, why not? Isn't it just 3 contribution points?" Without waiting for Zichen to speak, Miao Kong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said with a smile. Zichen was somewhat unwilling, so Miao Kong whispered a few words in his ear. Luo Men in front did not hear clearly, but those behind did. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Luo Men's background is very strong. With a cold snort, Zichen could be considered to have compromised. "Ha ha." The final victor was Luo Men. He laughed heartily and directly gave Zichen 13 true qi dans and deducted 3 contribution points. Scram. At the same time, Luo Men arrogantly said. Zi Chen left, forcefully pulled away by Miao Kong. Outside the door, Miao Kong laughed and said, "It's just 3 contribution points. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. Let's just wait and see." Miao Kong did not explain, and Zi Chen also did not ask. He only had one friend, and Zi Chen did not want to suspect Miao Kong. Idiot, trash. Fighting with me, you have strength but no background. You are nothing. Luo Men sneered. You should be careful. If you go out to gain experience, it's best not to meet him. This little guy is very dangerous. Luo Fei's voice resounded in the hall. Don't worry, uncle, I will not go out to hold on to such a fat job. I already have enough contribution points to exchange for the misty steps. Luo Men said without care. Ian, go. Misty steps is 100 contribution points, but you are an insider, so I can give you a 10-point discount. 90 points is enough. It is a rare footwork. Luo Fei's voice resounded again. Okay, uncle. Luo Men said and turned to walk outside. But he seemed to have thought of something and said to the hall, Uncle, is that Su Mengyaro very powerful? Even you have to be wary of her. Is it just because of Chen Feng? Faint laughter came from the hall. Chen Feng is one thing, but more importantly, it's because of Su Mengyaro herself. Don't ask about her. It's not something you can know. Anyway, don't mess with her. She's more dangerous than Chen Feng. Oh. Luo Men left. In his heart, he was thinking about the relationship between Zi Chen and Su Mengyaro and how he should deal with Zi Chen. Naturally, Luo Men would not be able to swallow this anger. In the martial skill pavilion, Luo Men went straight to the 3rd floor and walked out with the misty steps. Uncle Chen, I want this. After saying that, Luo Men took out his token. On the token, there were 100 contribution points that were extremely eye-catching. Oh, little Luo. Ien, you chose the misty steps. You have a good eye. The original price is 100 contribution points, but since you are an insider, you will get a discount of 10 points. The elder of the martial arts pavilion smiled. Okay, thank you, Uncle Chen. Luo Men was very happy. He then happily took out the contribution points. 1st grade movement technique, misty steps. Luo Men looked at the small booklet in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. He then put it away. The sky was getting dark. It was time for Luo Men to go back. The place where he exchanged his contribution points was naturally guarded by his uncle. After so many days of embezzling, he finally got some results today. Luo Men was very happy. Only when he thought of Zi Chen did he feel a little unhappy. I will kill you one day. Luo Men thought to himself. The happy Luo Men was a little carried away. He did not notice that there was someone in front of him. The two of them bumped into each other. Sorry, senior brother. The person raised his head and saw Luo Men. He quickly apologized. This was a very ordinary person. There was nothing special about him. There were many people like him in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Luo Men had never seen him before. Mother ***, don't you have eyes? Scram. Luo Men scolded. Yes. The disciple nodded in fear and trepidation. He then left quickly. Mother ***, I am so unlucky today. I even got bumped into while walking. Don't lose my battle technique. Luo Men scolded as he walked. At the same time, he reached into his clothes to search. However, when Luo Men touched his chest, he found that it was empty. His expression changed instantly. Not good, Mother ***. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Luo Men turned around. There was no one around. What the hell? Who the F***ck stole my battle technique? Luo Men scolded. He used his 2nd grade movement technique and chased forward. After chasing for a few miles, he finally saw the first disciple. Luo Men grabbed him and said angrily, "You mother ***, dare to steal my battle technique." As he said that, he bounced into the other person's clothes and searched. "Ah, you are a hooligan." A girl screamed. So it was a female disciple. Luo Men felt something soft in his hand and knew that it was not good. He pushed her away and rushed forward again. This time, there were many disciples. Luo Men did not care about anything and directly pounced on them. He then began to search one by one. Luo Men, what the f*ck are you doing? In the outer sect, Luo Men was not the only one. There were always people with backgrounds like him. Luo Men had offended one of them. I lost my first-grade battle technique. Luo Men roared. He looked at the young man in front and said, Liu Chen, did you take it? You lost your battle technique? Could it be the ethereal steps? Have you deducted enough contribution points? Liu Chen looked at Luo Men. Yes, tell me, did you take it? Luo Men's eyes were already spitting fire. Losing a battle technique was not just a matter of 90 contribution points. There was a registration in the battle technique pavilion. If it was not submitted in 3 months, Luo Men did not dare to imagine the consequences. Haha, you lost your battle skill. Serves you right. Who told you to show off all day, saying that you want to exchange for the misty steps every time you see someone? You've finally been remembered by someone. Liu Chen laughed loudly, rejoicing in Yi Shiwen's misfortune. Chimph Luo Men snorted. With Liu Chen's status, he would not do such a thing. However, there were thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Trying to find one person among them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a fruitless search, Luo Men returned dejectedly. This matter was very big, so big that it was beyond his scope. He had to ask for help from his uncle. Zi Chen returned to his room and began to study the thunderbolt finger. He had already memorized the short form and was ready to return the battle technique. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me. Miao Kong's voice sounded. Zi Chen opened the door and Miao Kong walked in with a mysterious face. For you. This is what I promised you in the morning. Keep it carefully. After you learn it, it's best to destroy it. Miao Kong took out a battle technique from his bosom. This is a first-rate battle technique, ethereal steps. Seeing this battle technique, Zi Chen was shocked. Where did you get it? Luo Men gave it to me. Miao Kong smiled. Luo Men? Zi Chen frowned. This guy is very arrogant. When he sees people, he says that he wants to exchange for the ethereal steps. Therefore, during this period of time, he has been deducting a lot of contribution points. I have been paying attention to him. He just exchanged for it and gave it to me. Miao Kong said. Although he did not know what happened, it was not like what Miao Kong said. How could such a good thing be given away so casually? Remember, after you learn it, destroy it. It's best to burn it, but do not let anyone find out. Miao Kong warned again and then left in a hurry. Looking at Miao Kong's back, Zi Chen fell into deep thought. Losing a battle technique was a big matter. Luo Men could not bear it alone. Therefore, he went to Luo Fei. Luo Fei frowned. After listening to Luo Men's story, he said reproachfully, I told you to keep a low profile. Now, someone is finally thinking about it. Uncle, you have to save me. I don't want to die. Luo Men cried. This kind of thing had happened before. People who lost a battle technique usually only had one outcome, and that was death. Okay, I'll think of a way for you. You go and post a reward. Anyone with clues will be given 20 contribution points. Luo Fei said. Okay, I'll go now. Luo Men left in a panic. The next day, a reward of 20 contribution points was posted. It meant that whoever found a ethereal steps battle technique could get 20 contribution points if they returned it. In the inner sect, when they saw this reward, almost everyone was moved. But after a few days, no one had any clues. Helpless, Luo Men drew a portrait based on his memory. It was a very ordinary person. Anyone who had seen this person before could come and collect contribution points after verifying it. In the following days, whenever Zi Chen had time, he would enter the martial skills pavilion. The martial skills pavilion could not be entered at any time. There was a time limit and a limit on the number of people who could enter. No one could enter for more than an hour, and they could only enter once a week. After all, there were too many inner sect disciples in the Nimbus martial ancestor. If they could enter every day, A mere martial skills pavilion would not be able to accommodate them. A few times in a row, Zichen stayed in the martial skills pavilion for a long time before coming out. Every time, he would go straight to the third floor to look at the same battle technique. Mph, you want to secretly learn it. When someone saw Zichen's actions, he could not help but sneer. Not to mention the extremely difficult first-rate battle technique, even a second-rate battle technique was not something that could be secretly learned in a short hour. Therefore, even if they saw Zichen secretly learning, no one stopped him. Instead, they laughed at him. There were quite a few people like this in the Nimbus Martial Ancestor every year. After looking at it again, Zichen walked out of the Martial Skills Pavilion. After leaving the Martial Skills Pavilion, Zichen saw many disciples rushing to exchange contribution points. Moreover, there were many of them, forming two large rows. Mph, could it be that there's another clue? Zichen sneered and left. After nearly half a month, Zichen finally knew what Miao Kong was talking about. It was also after that time that Zichen decided to come to the Martial Skills Pavilion to look at first-rate battle techniques. He had already handed in the Thunderbolt finger. As for ethereal steps, it turned into ashes on the second day. And in this half a month, there were many people who wanted to cheat Luo Men of his 20 contribution points. Chapter 37. Lin Shui, what happened? Zichen looked at Lin Shui, who was hurrying over. Let's go and exchange for qi returning pills with me. Lin Shui pulled Zichen and walked towards the door. Why exchange for qi returning pills? Aren't those things not as useful as true qi pills? Zichen asked doubtfully. You don't understand. The spiritual herbal garden guarded by the 3 sects is about to open again. There are many spiritual herbs inside. Many inner sect disciples want to go in, so true qi pills are useless. Lin Shui explained. The spiritual herbal garden guarded by the 3 sects. Zichen's eyes had a trace of surprise. Could it be the Zhon martial ancestor and the Xian martial ancestor? It's those 2 sects. It is said that the spiritual herbal garden used to be a relic, but now it is very mysterious. After so many years, the 3 sects still haven't completely captured this relic. Lin Shui said. The 2 walked through the door, but when they saw the 2 long lines, they were immediately dumbfounded. So many people. The 2 were at the end of the line. Is it very urgent? Zichen asked doubtfully. Lin Shui said, of course it is urgent. It has been a few days, and a group of disciples have already gone. The 3 sects have already made their move, and one of the 10 disciples of Lingwu was injured. The 10 disciples of Lingwu, the strongest 10 of the inner sect disciples. It is said that they already have the strength of 10th level true qi. Zichen said in surprise, can they also go? Zichen was a little disappointed. He originally thought that it was an opportunity, but he didn't expect that a 10th level true qi disciple would also go. Then it would be too difficult for him, a 7th level true qi disciple, to get any benefits. Anyone above 7th level and below Xiantian can go. There is no limit to the number of people. As if she guessed Zichen's thoughts, Lin Shui smiled and said, but you can rest assured that the spiritual herbal garden is very large. Even if thousands of people go in, it won't be crowded. You broke through to 7th level true qi? I just broke through yesterday. Lin Shui knew a lot and told Zichen everything. The number of people slowly decreased. At noon, it was finally their turn. Exchange for 20 qi recovery elixirs. Xuelin took out her token. Luo Men took the token and glanced at Zichen. He said disdainfully, what? You want to try your luck too? Be careful not to die inside. It's none of your business whether I die or not, but I can guarantee that once you go in, you won't survive, Zichen replied coldly. Bah, that kind of man-eating place is for trash like you who have no background to go to. I have everything here, why would I want to go to my death? The disdain in Luo Men's eyes deepened. Zichen and Lin Shui took the energy recovery pills and left. Luo Men did not embezzle them. Watching the 2 of them leave, Luo Men said to a disciple beside him, go and tell senior brother Liu Yu that I want Zichen to never return. Liu Yu, ranked 2nd among the 10 disciples of Lingwu, had the strength of true qi level 10. Yes. As soon as they walked out of the door, Xuelin had already divided the energy recovery pills into 2 portions, each with 10 pills, and gave one to Zichen. I don't want it. I still have energy recovery pills here, Zichen refused. Take it. It's very dangerous inside. I have more energy recovery pills. Xuelin's insistence made Zichen have no choice but to accept it. After that, Xuelin told Zichen to go find her tomorrow and they would leave together. They were naturally referring to Su Mengyao. After Xuelin left, Zichen went to find Miao Kong. I was just about to look for you. It seems like you already know, Miao Kong said as soon as he saw him. Here, energy recovery pills. Zichen took out a porcelain bottle. There were 5 energy recovery pills in it. Take it. When we reach the place, someone will naturally give it to me. Miao Kong did not take the porcelain bottle. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. Zichen smiled. He understood Miao Kong's meaning. In the silver space, streaks of lightning danced. They were like electric snakes that interweaved. The lightning youth was standing in front of Zichen. However, at this moment, the youth's body was not emitting the tyrannical true meaning of thunder. Instead, it was a fierce aura. This aura was sharp and fierce. It was like an unsheathed sword that revealed its sharpness. In his hand was a 3-foot-long sword. The long sword flickered with silver light and overflowed with cold light. Swoosh! The long sword in the youth's hand suddenly shook. In an instant, he and the sword had become one. He rushed towards Zichen with extreme speed. First-rate battle skill, flowing light sword. Like flowing light, it reached its peak in an instant. When Zichen reacted, the long sword had already pierced his throat. Zichen's consciousness dissipated in the lightning space. Success. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. This was the final result of entering the martial skill pavilion several times. His consciousness had finally memorized the flowing light sword. Then, the lightning youth in the silver space used the true meaning of the flowing light sword. The current Zichen had 3 first-rate battle skills: Thunderbolt Finger, Flowing Light Sword, and Ethereal Steps. After nearly 20 days of training, with the lightning youth's help, Zichen's ethereal steps had already entered the true meaning of the true meaning. Although he was only at the middle of the 7th level of the true energy realm, Zichen's true combat strength was not weaker than the 9th level of the true energy realm. The spiritual herbal garden is my place of growth. Zichen was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's trip to the spiritual herbal garden. A stalk of spiritual herbal contained a lot of spiritual energy. Once absorbed, the waste would be much greater than the absorption. Therefore, most people would bring back spiritual herbal and exchange it for true energy pills. Occasionally, there would be people who had reached a bottleneck. They would also need the fierce energy of the spiritual herbal to break through the bottleneck. However, Zichen was different. In his eyes, a stalk of spiritual herbal was no different from a refined true energy pill. His special heart could help him refine all the spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as he had enough spiritual herbal, in theory, Zichen could break through to the 10th level of the true energy realm or even the Xiantian realm. While waiting, time always passed very slowly. Fortunately, Zichen could practice the ethereal steps in his room. His posture was ethereal and elegant. After comprehending the true meaning, Zichen's speed was even faster. Finally, a ray of white appeared on the horizon. Then, it was bright. A servant knocked on the door and brought in the morning's food. There was also a bundle. The bundle was filled with some dry rations. Most of them were dried meat. After a simple breakfast, Zichen went to the square. There were already over 100 people gathered here. Zichen, over here. Lin Shue's voice sounded. Under the jealous gazes of the crowd, Zichen came to Lin Shue and Su Mengyao's side. Today, Lin Shue and Su Mengyao were both dressed in white. One was as pure as a lotus and the other was as beautiful as a goddess. Standing beside the two and bearing the gazes of the crowd, Zichen felt a lot of pressure. Today, he was dressed in tight black clothes. He was neat and tidy. Standing beside the two beauties, he looked like a servant. Miao Kong was also at the side. He smiled at Zichen. You must be careful in this trip to the spiritual herbal garden. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Mengyaro looked at Zi Chen and smiled gently. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Su Mengyaro was like a goddess in the hearts of all the inner disciples. Her every move would naturally attract the attention of others. Now that they suddenly saw their goddess smiling at Zi Chen, the crowd was in an uproar. All kinds of envious and jealous gazes were cast over. On the high platform, a pair of cold eyes fell on Zi Chen. The chilling intent made Zi Chen shiver uncontrollably. Chen Feng. Looking over, Zi Chen saw the owner of the cold eyes. It was the #1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Chen Feng. He was the future sect leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor. This is too stingy. I only said a few words and he wants to kill me. What a petty person. Zi Chen lowered his head and secretly despised Chen Feng. However, he was secretly pleased with himself. The number of people in the square gradually increased. In the end, it stopped at around 150 people. These people were all above Xiantian Realm Stage 7. After a while, the figure of the first elder appeared in the sky. Everyone. The first elder waved his hand. The crowd quieted down. This time, I will lead the team with your senior brother Chen Feng. Before we leave, let me tell you about the situation of the spiritual herbal garden. That place was discovered by the 3 sects. Every time it is opened, it requires the cooperation of the 3 sects' true energy experts. However, only true energy experts can enter. There are many spirit herbs in there. Those that are less than 50 years old, it is best not to pick them. Even if you bring them back, you will not be able to exchange them with contribution points and will be punished. This time, besides the Nimbus martial ancestor, the Zhon martial ancestor and the Xian martial ancestor will also go. In the spiritual herbal garden, everyone should focus on picking spirit herbs. It is best not to fight. The spiritual herbal garden will only open for half a year. After half a year, the 5 people who hand in the most spirit herbs will be rewarded with Xiantian pellets. After the first elder finished speaking, whispers could be heard coming from the crowd. Although it was said that fighting was not allowed, there was also a reward. Zi Chen could already see the scene of many disciples killing each other in the spiritual herbal garden. Mph, letting him lead the team to contact the 3 sects now, could it be that they want to train the future sect leader? Su Mengyaro coldly snorted. After the rules were explained, the excited crowd prepared to depart. The team left the Nimbus martial ancestor in a grandiose manner. Mengyaro, Shui, this time in the spiritual herbal garden, you must be careful. You can forego the spirit herbs, but your life is the most important. Not long after, Chen Feng walked over and said with concern, I know what to do. Su Mengyaro lightly said. Lin Shui did not say a word, as if she did not see Chen Feng. You two go to the side, I have something to say to Mengyaro and Shui. Chen Feng frowned and said with displeasure. When he arrived, all the disciples left. Only Zi Chen and Miao Kong did not know what was good for them. Yes, senior brother. Miao Kong slightly nodded and walked away. Zi Chen also wanted to leave, but he did not expect to be stopped by Su Mengyaro. Zi Chen, you don't have to go. If you have something to say, just say it. Zi Chen is not an outsider. Not an outsider? Zi Chen was stunned. This sentence had 2 meanings. One was that Zi Chen had a good relationship with Shui and was not an outsider. The other was that Su Mengyaro did not treat Zi Chen as an outsider. But no matter which meaning it was, Chen Feng could not accept it. His face darkened as he coldly stared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen was a little embarrassed and prepared to leave. But before he could take a step, he smelled a fragrant wind and his arm was grabbed. Zi Chen, why are you leaving? Su Mengyaro grabbed Zi Chen and then his arm. At the same time, she coquettishly stared at Zi Chen. Chapter 38. What's going on? Su Mengyao's glance made Zi Chen feel numb all over, as if he had been electrocuted. He was instantly petrified. In the distance, the disciples who accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene were even more dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that one could put an egg in them. What's going on? Senior sister Su is actually hugging someone else's arm. Even senior brother Chen Feng doesn't get this treatment. The disciples looked at Zi Chen in shock. They wanted to see what kind of attraction this average-looking guy had. Not only did he make Lin Shui fall head over heels for him, but he even had an affair with their goddess. Chen Feng stood there motionless. To be honest, even he was taken aback by Su Mengyao's action of hugging Zi Chen. Obviously, he did not expect it. But after he reacted, his eyes were spitting fire as the aura around him began to surge. Even the slightest bit of aura that Chen Feng emitted was extremely terrifying. Post-celestial realm. Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Chen Feng to have reached the post-celestial realm. If it was under normal circumstances, Zi Chen would naturally not provoke an expert like Chen Feng. Not only was he powerful, but his background was also boundless. But now, his arm was being hugged by Su Mengyao and she was using her true qi. Zi Chen could not break free, nor was he willing to break free. Yeah, Zi Chen, we're family. Why do you have to leave? He should be the one leaving. He's an outsider. Just as Zi Chen was hesitating, Lin Shui's voice rang out. Then, Lin Shui hugged his other arm from the other side, her whole body almost sticking to him. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was Lin Shui's hurtful words. Family, outsider. This was a blatant slap to Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng could no longer describe his current mood, but he definitely wanted to kill someone. He wanted nothing more than to slap this ugly guy in front of him to death. The disciples in the distance had already begun to suck in a breath of cold air. Some of the more knowledgeable disciples seemed to have thought of something after seeing the performance of the two women. On that day, Zi Chen had suppressed Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's talent was the same as Chen Feng's. Zi Chen had suppressed Wu Sheng, and his talent had surpassed Wu Sheng's. At the same time, he had also surpassed Chen Feng's. Could it be that senior sister Su wants to use Zi Chen to restrain Chen Feng? Many people speculated, but they soon realized that it was not right. Zi Chen's talent was very high, but his strength was not high. The current him would definitely be defeated by Chen Feng in a single round. Just as everyone was puzzled, Zi Chen had already made a decision. As the saying goes, if one were to die under a peony flower, one would still be a romantic ghost. Right now, Zi Chen was hugged by two beauties. He felt proud and satisfied, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. Meng Yao, Shui, let's go. Don't lower yourself to the same level as an outsider. After he finished speaking, he held his head high and walked forward with his arms around the two of them. His posture was unusually elegant. Not far away, there was a trace of admiration in Miao Kong's eyes. As for the others, there was pity in their eyes. What an idiot. You're acting all high and mighty now, but if you offend senior brother Chen Feng, you'll die in the spiritual herbal garden. That's irrational. So what if his talent is high? Offending senior brother Chen Feng is equivalent to offending the king of hell. He's dead for sure. Everyone curled their lips, and the pity in their eyes deepened. Chen Feng coldly snorted and left. The farce ended just like that. However, the male disciples looked at Zi Chen with pity, while the female disciples looked at him with admiration. Good luck, I have faith in you. As soon as Chen Feng left, Su Mengyao let go of Zi Chen's arm, but she still winked at him. I also have faith in you. Lin Shui didn't have this awareness, and kept hugging Zi Chen's arm. A few days later, after passing through a large mountain range and several rivers, the group finally arrived at their destination. Among the three factions, the Nimbus martial ancestor was the last to arrive. When they arrived, there were already hundreds of people waiting, forming a dark mass. Among them, there were also disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who had arrived earlier. Not far away, there were sounds of explosions. It was a group of bored disciples who had set up an arena and were sparring with each other. Elder Chen, you're finally here. We've been waiting for a long time. As soon as the group arrived, two middle-aged men came out to greet them. Elder Zhong, Elder Ge, I'm sorry for being late. The first elder cupped his hands and signaled Chen Feng to follow. Let me introduce you. This is Elder Ge from the combat martial ancestor, and this is Elder Zhong from the Xian martial ancestor. The first elder introduced. Chen Feng greets the two seniors. Haha, not bad, not bad. You're Chen Feng, the #1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor, and the future leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor. You're indeed extraordinary. The two elders couldn't help but laugh with admiration in their eyes. Come, Ling Yun. Greet your senior brother Chen Feng. Wu Hong. Greet the future leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor. As they chatted, another two young men walked over. One of them was wearing a slender robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The other was tall and muscular, with a strong aura around him. Of these two, one was Ling Yun from the combat martial ancestor, and the other was Wu Hong from the Xian martial ancestor. The two of them weren't old, but as they walked, they occasionally emitted an aura that belonged to the Xiantian realm. Greetings, senior brothers. Although the two of them were here to greet their senior brothers, Chen Feng didn't arrogantly think that he was their senior brother. Therefore, he took the initiative to address himself as their junior brother. Senior brother, you're too polite. Ling Yun greets senior brother. Wu Hong greets senior brother. The two of them were also very polite. This was the first time that the future leaders of the three sects had met. First elder, since everyone is here, shouldn't we open the spiritual herb garden? Elder Ge suggested. Yes, we can. The first elder nodded. Then, the three of them flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. At the same time, the three future leaders had already gathered together. As they chatted, they also introduced some of the geniuses of their respective sects to each other. This is Xu Yang, the #1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. This is Lin Yu, the #2 disciple of the inner sect. Chen Feng introduced. This is the #1 disciple of the combat martial ancestor, Ling Chen. This is Xie Qiu. The Xian martial ancestor, Mui, Liang Guang. Everyone introduced themselves one by one and greeted them one by one. Zi Chen was with Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. He was standing at the furthest part of the group. At the same time, he was curiously sizing up the people from the other two sects. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on a green-clothed disciple of the combat martial ancestor. That person's age was similar to his, around 18. What attracted Zi Chen's attention was that person's cold gaze and aura that seemed to push people 1,000 miles away. There were a lot of disciples in the battle martial sect, but there wasn't a single person next to him. Furthermore, that person was somewhat similar to him. They were both existences that would cause others to point at them. However, what was different from him was that when the disciples of the battle martial sect looked at that cold-looking young man, there would be a trace of fear in their eyes. Zi Chen's gaze seemed to have attracted the youth's attention. The other party glanced at Zi Chen with a trace of coldness in his cold gaze. With one glance, Zi Chen knew that this person was a decisive person. Oh right, Brother Ling, I heard that there is a genius from the combat martial ancestor. With the strength of true energy stage 8, he defeated the 10th disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Why didn't you introduce him? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Don't mention it. The smile on Ling Yun's face suddenly turned ugly. He pointed at the cold youth in the distance and said, "He's called Zhong Haotian. He's an arrogant and conceited fellow. He thinks that he has outstanding talent and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. A while ago, he even beat my cousin to death." A trace of coldness appeared in Ling Yun's eyes. "Don't worry, Brother Ling, leave this matter to me." Chen Feng smiled calmly. Asking such a question today was a slap to the face of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Naturally, there was a deeper meaning behind it. "Oh right, Brother Chen, who is that brat? He is actually with two beauties. Looks like it isn't easy for you to be the #1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. With such beauties by your side, you actually gave them up." Ling Yun inadvertently saw Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. Then, he saw Zi Chen. This is also an arrogant and brainless person. His name is Zi Chen. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Understood. Ling Chen, Xie Qiu, I'll leave this matter to you two. Ling Yun said calmly. Don't worry, senior brother. The two nodded. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Look over there, the elders have made their move. A disciple pointed at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw that the three elders had already reached the peak of the mountain. Their auras surged crazily, and a blinding light burst out from their bodies, like three suns. These are the true element realm masters. The aura of the true element realm. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the three elders released their true element force. True element force was a higher-level existence than Xiantian true qi. Its power was more domineering and purer. Streaks of true element force were released towards the peak of the mountain. They were like three spiritual snakes, emitting different colors of light. They intertwined in front of the peak of the mountain. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the peak of the mountain. The space above the peak of the mountain suddenly distorted, as if something was about to tear the space apart. Put in more effort. The great elder shouted. More true element force appeared and went towards the distorted space. At the same time, the other two elders also used their full strength. In the distorted space, a series of explosions came out like rolling thunder. Following which, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a pitch-black crack appeared. The crack slowly expanded. It first went from 1 meter to a few feet wide. Finally, it became a huge crack that was a few feet tall and 1 foot wide. The crack was still shaking, and it was not stable. The three elders continued to release their true element force until the huge crack stabilized. After a while, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the pitch-black crack stabilized. Occasionally, streaks of energy flowed out from it. All right, the spiritual herbal garden has opened. Disciples, come forward. The voices of the three elders came from the peak of the mountain. Hearing this, the hundreds of disciples rushed toward the peak of the mountain at top speed. Chapter 39. This time, he brought the three future sect leaders out to broaden their horizons. The three of them could communicate with each other, and there would be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Under the guidance of the three, the group of disciples headed toward the mountain peak. The mountain peak was several hundred meters high. Everyone present was a cultivator, and the weakest one was at True Qi Stage 7. Naturally, they would not climb the mountain one by one. Chen Feng, Ling Yun, and Wu Hong were all using Xiantian battle skills. With a tap of their feet, they were like birds in the air, instantly soaring dozens of meters. They borrowed the momentum halfway up the mountain, and their figures rose again. After borrowing the momentum a few times, they reached the mountain peak. Then, a group of True Qi Stage 10 cultivators also jumped up with a tap of their feet. Most of these people were using first-class battle skills, and their figures were elegant. Everyone went up one after another. Zi Chen, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao, and the others walked at the back. At the same time, Zi Chen also saw that the cold-looking young man was also following behind. Their eyes met again. Zi Chen nodded at the other party kindly, but the latter did not show any expression, and was still as cold as before. Let's go. Miao Kong took a step, and his figure instantly swept away, as if he was flying. In an instant, he was 70 to 80 meters away. His lightness technique was not weaker than Chen Feng and the others. Moreover, he did not borrow the momentum in the air. His left foot stepped on his right foot, and he flew up again. Zi Chen, your friend is not simple. Su Mengyao's beautiful eyes had a touch of splendor as she said lightly. This lightness footwork technique is indeed not simple. After seeing Miao Kong's lightness technique again, Zi Chen was also stunned. It could be said that Miao Kong was the only one among the hundreds of people who did not need external help to reach the mountain peak. Such a special case naturally attracted a lot of attention. Then, Su Mengyao jumped up. Her white clothes fluttered, and she was like a fairy riding the wind. Damn, another Xiantian battle skill. Seeing Su Mengyao flying elegantly, Zi Chen could not help but exclaim. Comparing oneself with others was really frustrating. He had 3 first-class battle skills, and he thought he was very talented. But he did not expect that the other party would use a Xiantian battle skill. Zi Chen, let's go. Shui Lin pulled Zi Chen and broke through the air. The cloud traversing steps was a second-rate combat skill. In such a short period of time, Xuelin had already comprehended the true intent and could almost see through the essence of the true intent. So many geniuses. Zichen sighed in his heart. The sense of pride that came from his breakthrough in strength in a short period of time was slowly dissipating today. This was because geniuses were not only gathered in the Nimbus martial ancestor, but there were also geniuses who fought both the martial ancestor and the Xian martial ancestor at the same time. Just the light body movement technique alone was enough to make people's eyes light up. Among the hundreds of people, in terms of movement techniques, there were various grades and ranks. Zichen's flowing cloud steps was ranked at the 9th grade, which was considered the worst. The only thing he could bring out was his essence of true intent. Hundreds of people gathered at the peak of the mountain, making it seem very crowded. At the very front, the 3 elders and the 3 future sect leaders were in an open area, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The crack had already stabilized, and the spiritual herbal garden was about to open. However, the elders did not say anything, so the crowd could only wait. Some people had already guessed that this was the elders' way of building momentum for the 3 future sect leaders. This is the 3rd time the spiritual herbal garden has opened. It has been a few decades. Looking at the crack in front, the great elder suddenly sighed. Not bad, this time is the same as before. Elder Ge turned his head. Haha, since we have nothing to do, why don't we make a small bet? Elder Zhong also laughed. Alright then, what shall we bet this time, a true energy pill? The great elder smiled, unperturbed. A true energy pill could allow a Xiantian full-circle martial artist to break through to the true energy realm. That won't do. Elder Chen, you have been here once, and last time your Nimbus martial ancestor won. This is the first time the 2 of us have opened the spiritual herbal garden. Out of curiosity, how can a mere true energy pill be enough? Elder Zhong said. Oh, then what shall we bet? We will bet a true energy pill and a true energy skill. Our martial ancestor will take out the raging flame arts. Our Xian martial ancestor will take out the black rock arts. Ha. The great elder laughed. You guys are good at scheming. Taking out the raging flame arts and black rock arts, what do you want from our Nimbus martial ancestor? Of course it is your Nimbus martial ancestor's cloud rolling record. The 2 elders laughed. Elder Chen wouldn't be unwilling, right? Of course I am willing. Since you guys are willing to give me a true energy skill, I will naturally accept it. The great elder laughed. Haha, that's good. After discussing the bet, the 3 elders estimated that the 3 future sect leaders would receive a lot of attention. Therefore, they simply stepped aside and turned around to look at the numerous disciples behind them. This time the spiritual herbal garden opens, we will focus on gathering spiritual herbs. The 5 people who gather the most spiritual herbs will receive Xiantian pills as a reward. The sect that gathers the most spiritual herbs will receive double the contribution points. But remember, you only have half a year. After half a year, you must come out. The 3 elders spoke one after another. Cheers came from the crowd. Double the contribution points, this was an extremely generous reward. Alright, next, your senior martial brothers will speak. The 3 future sect leaders stood up and said in a clear voice, Junior martial brothers, you must put safety first. Staying alive is more important. The spiritual herbal garden is very dangerous. Everyone must remember to prioritize safety. The 3 spoke eloquently for nearly a quarter of an hour. Finally, they stopped speaking amidst the enthusiastic cheers. The spiritual herbal garden opened and everyone entered. Voila! Like a flood, all the disciples swarmed towards the crack. On the mountain peak, the number of people became fewer and fewer. After a quarter of an hour, there were only 6 people left. Haha, let's wait patiently. The great elder laughed and sat down cross-legged beside the crack. The other 2 elders also did the same. As for the other 3 future sect leaders, they sat together and chatted with each other. They were familiar with each other. As soon as he stepped into the crack, everything in front of him was pitch black. Zichen staggered as if he had stepped into the void. He couldn't help but fall. After leaning forward and taking a few steps in the void, Zichen felt his eyes light up. He had come to an unfamiliar place. He found himself standing on top of a mound. In front of him was a large plain. The ground was covered with 1 meter tall green grass. Occasionally, some red color would come into view. Before Zichen could carefully observe what this place was, he saw a stalk of spiritual herbal in front of him. It was as red as blood and the flower was like a blood crown. It was about 1/2 meter tall and grew in the middle of the green grass. This is a blood crown flower. It's about 50 years old. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, he saw a lot of red lights among the green grass. So many. In total, there were about a dozen red lights shining from the green grass. Zichen was shocked by this number. There are more than a dozen stalks of spiritual herbal in a glance. What is this place? Zichen was extremely shocked. After taking a deep breath, Zichen realized that the air here contained extremely rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The density was at least 2 to 3 times that of the outside world. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 days. Not only is this place rich in spiritual herbal, but it's also a good place for meditation. After only staying here for a few breaths, Zichen found that he liked this place and was unwilling to leave. A 50-year-old spiritual herbal can't be picked by others, but not me. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. With a tap of his foot, his body rose into the air and flew toward the blood crown flower that was closest to him. However, before Zichen's body landed, he saw a red rope as thick as a thumb wrapped around the roots of the blood crown flower. Oh no, this is a blood-refined snake. Zichen's face instantly changed. Only then did he remember that the guardian of the blood crown flower was the blood-refined snake. However, he discovered it too late. When he saw the red rope, the snake had already attacked. With a flash of red light, the blood-refined snake left the blood crown flower and flew towards Zichen. In an instant, it reached Zichen's right hand. Its 2 small poisonous fangs viciously bit towards Zichen's finger. Catcher. However, the sound of teeth breaking could be heard. The 2 sharp fangs of the blood-refined snake were actually broken. Zichen landed on the ground and grabbed the blood-refined snake with lightning speed. Then, he suddenly stopped. The blood-refined snake was split into 2. After struggling a few times on the ground, it stopped moving. I almost forgot. My body is not something that a small blood-refined snake like you can break through. Zichen chuckled and plucked the 50-year-old blood crown flower. Zichen did not touch the roots. After many years, it would grow again. With a strong body, Zichen's luck was obviously very good. He broke the blood-refined snake's fangs. However, others were not so lucky. Because of carelessness, at least 3 or 4 people died under the blood-refined snake. Ah, I'm poisoned. Zichen was just about to swallow the blood crown flower when he heard a roar from afar. The blood-refined snake's venom is very strong. However, if I kill it quickly and swallow the snake's gallbladder, I can still live. Zichen murmured and swallowed the blood crown flower. After that, Zichen did not stop and walked straight ahead. Due to the lack of time, he did not slowly refine the blood crown flower. Instead, he allowed the spiritual energy to enter his body and be absorbed by his heart, transforming it into pure energy for his body. On this plane, Zichen was undergoing a metamorphosis. With every step he took, his strength was stronger than before. His strength of the mid-7th level was also advancing towards the late stage with the help of the blood crown flowers. Half a day later, Zichen had already swallowed over 10 blood crown flowers. The pure energy directly pushed Zichen's strength to the peak of the 7th level. He was not far from the 8th level. As the sky gradually darkened, Zichen increased his speed. The plains at night were very dangerous. Other than the blood-refined snake, there might be other dangers as well. Even though he had already sped up, Zichen still hadn't walked out of the plains when night fell. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still dark, Zichen ate some rations. Then he found a mound that was taller than the green grass. He stopped and sat down cross-legged. He didn't cultivate but instead sensed his surroundings. As night fell, there were no stars or moon. It was so dark that he couldn't see his own fingers. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the green grass to rustle. A blood-refined snake that was about as thick as an arm and 2 meters long was slithering through the green grass. The rustling of the wind covered up the sound of the blood-refined snake. This was a dangerous night. The death rate of human cultivators had greatly increased. That was because the blood-refined snake serpent was on the move at night. The blood-refined snake slithered through the green grass. Its crimson eyes suddenly caught sight of a human on a mound. Chapter 40. On this dangerous night, human cultivators lost their lives to the blood-refined serpent's venom. At this moment, Chen was sitting cross-legged, sensing everything around him. He was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Chen seemed to be asleep as he sat cross-legged. A rustling sound came to his ears. This sound was the main melody of this plain. The blood-refined serpent was dozens of meters away from Chen. It looked at Chen through the green grass. It was also motionless, but its eyes were even colder. Time seemed to stop. The man and the serpent were motionless. Beside them was the green grass that danced in the wind. Just as the breeze disappeared, the green grass let out a rustling sound. A red light suddenly shot towards Chen. The rustling sound covered the sound of the blood-refined serpent king's voice very well. Not good. Chen, who was sitting calmly, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as if danger was about to befall him. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a ray of red light right in front of him. Just inches away, Chen saw 2 sharp, poisonous fangs that emitted a cold light. Phut! The sharp fangs were still in front of him, but in the next moment, they were already at Chen's neck. With a soft sound, Chen felt pain on his neck. The fangs had pierced his skin. Then, a strong poison flowed from the wound into Chen's blood. Under this strong poison, Chen felt dizzy and his limbs were weak. Even the hand holding the blood-refined serpent began to tremble. It was as if he could collapse and die at any time. Just as Chen was about to die under the strong poison, suddenly, electric light emerged from Chen's body. The silver electric light was as bright as Chen in this dark night. The poison that entered Chen's body was instantly dissolved by this electric light. Chen once again regained his strength. He grabbed the blood-refined serpent and spun it a few times in the air. Then, a faint silver light appeared on his hands. Chen grabbed the blood-refined serpent's head with lightning speed and crushed it. The blood-refined serpent monarch struggled a few times before it stopped moving. Whew! Chen was out of danger, and he gasped for breath. It had only been a few breaths of time, but his green robe was already soaked in cold sweat, and his forehead was also full of sweat. As the breeze blew past, Chen felt a chill. At this time, blood was still flowing from the wound on Bo's neck. Blood-refined serpent monarch, could it be that there is a higher-grade blood crown flower nearby? After the danger passed, Chen couldn't help but guess. However, he didn't dare to go forward. In this dark night, the green grass was too dangerous. If it wasn't for the appearance of that silver light, he might have died here. And the place where the silver light appeared was precisely Chen's heart. At that time, the poison just happened to enter the heart through the circulation of the blood. In the dark night, there were a few shrill screams from time to time. Clearly, human cultivators were being killed. That night, even Chen was on tenterhooks and trembling in fear. In particular, the screams from time to time made his hair stand on end. Fortunately, there was a time when the night finally passed. Just as the dawn appeared on the horizon, Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. His vision was restored, and his safety index was much higher. However, he still persevered until the sky was bright before he continued forward. This time, Chen deliberately took a detour. Indeed, he saw a blood crown flower that was more than 100 years old. Being careful, he didn't discover the blood-refined serpent guarding this place. Even after he successfully plucked the blood crown flower, the blood-refined serpent didn't appear. Chen was very careful along the way. After half a day, he finally left the plains and walked into a dense forest. After walking out of the plains, he saw a dense forest. Chen sat down. Previously, he had been highly focused, and Chen had expended a lot of energy. He took out the blood crown flower, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Now, Zichen could finally relax and cultivate in peace. The danger from the blood-refined serpent had disappeared, but it didn't mean that there were no other dangers in the forest. Just as Zichen relaxed, a black shadow appeared in the dense forest. Another prey has come to me. It seems that he has expended a lot of energy. What a pity. After successfully walking out of the plains, he encountered me here. I wonder how much he has gained. Looking at the bag behind Zichen, the black shadow was silently calculating. At the same time, he was slowly approaching Zichen. Zichen was cultivating and didn't sense anything strange around him. Moreover, he had just walked out of the plains and was completely relaxed. He didn't expect danger to approach him. In addition, this proved that the black shadow's concealment method was very good. He actually avoided Zichen's super perception. Die. When he was 20 meters away from Zichen, the black shadow finally launched an attack. He flashed out from behind a big tree. His 2 fingers formed a sword and fiercely pointed at Zichen's forehead. Danger approached again. Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. The Zhen Qi around his body surged. He cupped his fists and blocked the attack. Peng! The black shadow's sword fingers collided with Zichen's fist. Under the influence of Zhen Qi, a sound of collision was heard. Zichen didn't move, but the black shadow actually took a few steps back. What a powerful constitution! The black shadow retreated and his face suddenly changed. Zichen could block the black shadow's sword fingers. Clearly, it was because of his powerful constitution. I miscalculated. Retreat. Since his sneak attack was bounced back, the black shadow was even less of a match. He had already begun to retreat. You dare to sneak attack me? You are courting death. Last night, the blood-refining monarch snake's sneak attack almost took his life. Today, he encountered another sneak attack. It could be said that Zichen was extremely angry. There was only killing intent in his bright eyes. With a tap of his foot, the first-class footwork ethereal steps appeared. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was in front of the black shadow. At the same time, Zichen pointed at the black shadow. A silver light flashed between his fingers. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, carrying a destructive aura as it rushed towards the black shadow. No. Zichen's strength was completely beyond the black shadow's expectations. In addition to his speed, a bolt of lightning shot out with a raise of his hand. The black shadow was terrified to the extreme. His eyes were filled with despair. He could only use all his strength to block the attack of the lightning. But with his Zhen Qi stage 8 strength, how could he block the powerful attack of Zichen, who was at the peak of 7th stage? The lightning exploded in an instant. A burnt smell came from the forest. The black shadow's heart had already been pierced by the thunderbolt finger. He couldn't be more dead. The black shadow fell to the ground dead, revealing the bag on his back. A red light came out from it. Blood crown flower? Zichen opened the bag and saw a stalk of 100-year blood crown flower. At least you still have a conscience. Looking at the dead black shadow, Zichen muttered. Because the 2 of them were not from the same sect, Zichen was unable to take away their contribution points. Being able to obtain a stalk of 100-year blood crown flower was a pleasant surprise. After being ambushed twice in a row, Zichen was a lot more careful. This time, he directly leapt onto a large tree. Sitting on the tree roots, he observed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he began to refine the 2 stalks of 100-year spirit herbs. Breaking through from Zhen Qi stage 7 to Zhen Qi stage 8 consumed far more energy than Zichen had imagined. When he was in the sect, he had refined more than 10 Zhen Qi dans. Here, he had refined more than 10 stalks of spirit herbs. His strength was only at the peak of 7th stage. As his heart absorbed the 2 stalks of 100-year spirit herbs, a rich silver energy entered Zichen's body. But when this energy was exhausted, Zichen's strength was still at the peak of 7th stage. Zichen opened his eyes. He had a deeper understanding of how difficult it was to break through to 8th stage true Qi stage. With so many spirit herbs and Zhen Qi dans, if it was someone else, they would have already broken through. But under the heavenly thunder body tempering art, most of the energy was absorbed by the body. It was understandable that Zi Chen had not broken through. Well, it's time to leave. After eating some rations, Zi Chen jumped down from the tree and prepared to go deeper. Suddenly, an angry beast roar sounded from the distance. Is this the roar of a fierce red tiger? Zi Chen frowned. The weakest fierce red tiger was a level 6 vicious beast. Generally, they were level 7 vicious beasts. At the same time, there was no lack of level 8 vicious beasts. Listening to this beast roar, the level of the fierce red tiger was not low. It must be the fierce red tiger guarding the spirit herbs, but I don't know how old they are. Zi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. With a tap of his foot, he quickly went in the direction of the beast roar. The beast roar sounded a few miles away. Zi Chen rushed at full speed and arrived in less than 10 minutes. Scram! This is the territory of the martial ancestor. However, before Zi Chen could get close, a figure swept down from the tree and stopped Zi Chen. The territory of the martial ancestor, where is it written? Zi Chen coldly asked. Scram, or die. The person coldly said. Zi Chen did not speak nonsense. He heard the fierce red tiger in front of him. Its angry voice had already turned into panic, as if it was about to die. Thus, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and his true chi surged as he struck out with the fierce tiger fist. After a tiger's roar, a dull sound was heard. The combat sect disciple, who was at the 7th stage of the true energy stage, had been sent flying by Zi Chen's punch. At the same time, his body crashed into a big tree behind him. His head tilted and he fainted. Zi Chen continued forward, but this time, he was much more careful. His steps were light, and his landing was silent. Soon, he arrived at the battlefield. At a glance, Zi Chen saw a fierce red tiger that was nearly 5 meters long. Its red fur was like a burning flame, and its ferocious and mighty tiger head was extremely domineering. Unfortunately, this fierce red tiger was much bigger than an ordinary fierce red tiger. It could already be considered an level 8 vicious beast, but today, it had met its nemesis. There were many wounds all over its body, and blood flowed out from the wounds. Even its domineering tiger head had a deep cut. Haha, you brat, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. An extremely carefree laughter sounded. Only then did Zi Chen discover that in front of the fierce red tiger, there was a young man about his age standing. In his hand was a black sword that emitted a cold light. His swift and fierce swordsmanship was displayed, and his true chi was only at level 8 true chi. Further away, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor guarded the surroundings vigilantly. They had no intention of attacking the fierce red tiger. Chapter 41. Ferocious beasts were much stronger than humans of the same level. This young man was not ordinary to be able to deal with a level 8 ferocious beast by himself. Moreover, he was already at level 8 true chi at such a young age. His talent was naturally not weak. Not weak talent coupled with strong combat strength. Zi Chen had to pay attention to this young man. Compared to the young man, the people around him were much weaker. They were only at level 7 true chi, so Zi Chen did not care about them. Come on, you little thing. You dare to fight with me? The black sword flashed and a wound appeared on the red fierce tiger's body. The sharpness of the black sword made Zi Chen's eyes light up. This is not a second-rate weapon. It is a first-rate weapon. Zi Chen was certain. The young man attacked quickly and his mouth was not idle. He said some words that the red fierce tiger did not understand. Little thing, I asked you to hand over the spirit medicine, but you refused. You are courting death. You deserve it. Today I meet you, young Master Ling Fei. It's your death date. Hearing the other party's gossip, Zi Chen's gaze moved away from the young man and landed on a spirit medicine in the distance. It was a 6-leaf blood lingji mushroom. The 7th leaf was half-grown. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint fragrance. This is the 7-yi ling mushroom. Zi Chen's eyes suddenly widened. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lingji mushrooms were divided into 9 leaves. One leaf grew every 100 years. When it was 1,000 years old, the 9 leaves would fall off and transform into one leaf. This leaf was crystal clear like jade and was called a jade lingji mushroom. After that, One leaf would grow every 1,000 years until it reached 9 leaves. Although the Lingji mushroom in front of him was not as scary as the jade Lingji mushroom, its 6 complete leaves told its age. It was more than 600 years old, close to 700 years old. A nearly 700-year-old Lingji mushroom. Zichen, who was hiding, was ecstatic. His strength had reached the peak of level 7 and was only 1 step away from level 8. This step would take a long time if he used ordinary spirit medicine. However, the 700-year-old Lingji mushroom in front of him could allow Zichen to break through to level 8 and even reach the middle of level 8. I must get this Ganoderma lucidum. And that weapon, it's definitely something good. Zichen's eyes lit up. He was thinking about how to get the Lingji mushroom and the black sword in front of everyone. There were a total of 8 martial ancestors' disciples around him, and they were guarding in 8 different directions. No matter which direction Zichen attacked from, he would attract the attention of the others. Although he could charge straight through, he would definitely attract attention. There seemed to be no way to resolve the situation in front of them. They could only attack directly. The cries of the fierce red tiger became softer and softer. Clearly, it was already on the brink of death. Just as Zichen was at his wit's end, he suddenly heard Ling Fei shout, "All of you, get out of the way so that the blood doesn't splash all over your faces. When the time comes, tell my big brother that this fierce red tiger was killed by me, Ling Fei, alone. This damned place, and we've already encountered a 7-yi Ling mushroom on the first day. I really don't know what else we'll encounter, haha." The 8 of them nodded in agreement and retreated. Of course, it wasn't because they were afraid of spilling blood, but because they wanted to let the disciples in the distance see young Master Ling Fei's powerful strength. With such a big commotion and him deliberately showing off, naturally there would be people who noticed this place. However, they were either watching from afar or were blocked by others. The 8 of them retreated and swept past Zichen's hiding place. However, they didn't discover Zichen, who was hiding in the tree. "Haha, little thing, go and die." Ling Fei laughed wildly. The black sword in his hand flashed with a sharp sword light. Ling Fei used all of his strength and struck out. Pu. The black sword pierced through the fierce crimson tiger's neck at a tricky angle. After that, as Ling Fei exerted his strength, the ferocious tiger head rolled down with a rolling sound. Fresh blood violently spurted out and landed on Ling Fei's body, but the latter was laughing loudly. "Young Master Ling Fei, well done. Young Master Ling Fei, well done." The fierce red tiger was already dead, and the 7-yi Ling mushroom could be said to be easily obtained. The crowd of disciples cheered. However, at this moment, Zichen flashed down from the tree and used the first-rate footwork, ethereal steps. With a tap of his foot, his figure was dozens of meters away. With 2 consecutive steps, Zichen had already silently arrived beside the 7-yi Ling mushroom. "Damn it, young master has someone. Young master, be careful of the Lingji." Ling Fei didn't notice Zichen's silent arrival, but the 8 of them in the distance had already seen him. They all started to shout and at the same time, they quickly chased after Zichen. "Ah, damn guy, you actually dare to steal my, Ling Fei's, things. You're courting death." Ling Fei's face was covered in blood and he was laughing happily. However, after seeing Zichen, his face instantly became ferocious. The black sword in his hand trembled and stabbed towards Zichen. "Get lost." Zichen shouted loudly. His left hand grabbed towards the 7-yi Ling mushroom, while his right hand clenched into a fist. Rays of silver light appeared from his fist and struck towards the sword light. Peng! In the midst of the dull sound, Ling Fei suddenly felt a strong force coming towards him. His entire body flew backwards. At the same time, the web between his thumb and forefinger was in severe pain, and the black sword in his hand even slipped out of his hand. He, who had already used up all of his true qi, was naturally no match for Zichen. After exchanging blows, Zichen had already grabbed the 7-yi Ling mushroom. At the same time, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor from 8 directions had already chased over. If he were to escape now, Zichen would have an easy time. However, his gaze landed on the black sword not far away. Just now, Ling Fei's light sword pierced through his true qi and opened a shallow wound on his fist. The sharp black sword tempted Zichen. Swish. With a tap of his foot, Zichen gave up on this excellent opportunity to escape and flew towards the black sword. Brat, you dare to steal from young Master Ling Fei? You are courting death. A figure blocked Zichen's path, and a sharp sword light flew towards Zichen's face. Get lost. Zichen shouted and punched out. Boom. With one punch, the person blocking his path was directly knocked back. Zichen did not stop and continued to rush forward. Swish. Swish. A sword light and a blade light landed behind Zichen. In an instant, 2 ravines appeared on the ground. At the same time, several attacks landed on Zichen's body. Peng. 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Zichen's clothes and cloth were instantly torn apart. Even his skin was covered with shallow wounds. What? Light wounds? The other disciples looked at the wounds on Zichen's body in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Their full-strength attack only left a shallow wound on the opponent's body. This made them want to vomit blood. All of you use your full strength and kill him for me. Don't hold back. Ling Fei, who was sent flying, only reacted at this moment and shouted angrily. When the other disciples heard this, they smiled bitterly. They had used their full strength just now, but this guy was a little strange. His physique was even stronger than the level 8 fierce red tiger. After a few continuous attacks, Zichen sent another 2 people flying. Finally, he arrived beside the black sword. The black sword emitted a cold light. It was stuck in the roots of the tree, motionless. Zichen extended his right hand and grabbed the black sword. With a sword hum, like a flowing black light, the black sword spun around in Zichen's hand. Catcher! Catcher! 2 consecutive catcher sounds rang out. The 2 swords that surrounded Zichen had been broken at the waist. Good sword. Seeing the power of the sword break the swords, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not care about the wounds on his body and turned to run in the other direction. This was because 7 or 8 people were chasing from afar. Among them was the person who was knocked out by Zichen previously. Little thief, you provoked me. Today is the day you die. Don't even think about leaving the spiritual herbal garden. Ling Fei shouted from behind. But in front, Zichen suddenly waved the black sword in his hand and broke another 2 swords. Then, under the respectful gazes of the 2 disciples, he quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Zichen disappeared into the forest. Chase, catch him even if you have to go to heaven or hell. I want him dead. After Zichen disappeared, Ling Fei's angry roar was heard. In the blink of an eye, close to 20 strong people disappeared from the forest. Damn, who is that guy? He actually dared to have designs on Ling Fei. He even snatched the spiritual herbal garden and Ling Fei's first-rate weapon in front of him. Isn't this clearly not giving senior brother Ling Yun face? Ling Yun, the #1 person who fought against the martial ancestor, the future sect leader, was now outside the spiritual herbal garden. It's over. This kid is finished. He is going to die for a moment of pleasure. Even the Nimbus martial ancestor, Chen Feng, will not be able to protect him. As the crowd left, some people who were watching the show also came out and discussed. Although they had already determined that the kid was definitely going to die, they had to admit that Zichen's appearance before was very cool. The attacks of the 7th floor disciples landed on his body were like tickles. And he himself sent one person flying with a punch. In the end, with a slash of his sword, everyone's weapons were all broken. The power of a first-rate weapon was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. Zichen was frantically escaping. Behind him, Ling Fei and the rest were desperately chasing. In today's matter, Ling Fei's losses were small. The key was that he had lost face. In the sect, because of his relationship with Ling Yun, he could do whatever he wanted. Everything was the best. That was why he had developed a proud and arrogant character. Today, in order to show his strength, he was even more obstinate. But he did not expect that a strange kid would take advantage of this. Furthermore, this person was at true energy level 7. This made Ling Fei unable to swallow this anger. He swallowed one chi recovery pill after another, as if he was eating beans. While chasing after the enemy, his true chi slowly recovered. At the same time, because of his shouting, there were even more people supporting him. The team of 20 people before had now expanded to 30 people, and among them were several existences in the 8th level of true chi. If Zichen had not used misty steps, he would have been caught long ago. Whoever helps me catch this kid, when I, Ling Fei, return to the sect, I will give him a first-rate battle skill for free. Seeing the gap between the two sides getting bigger and bigger, Ling Fei roared angrily. His voice reverberated for miles. Junior brother Ling Fei, leave this matter to me, Chen Qi. A cold voice suddenly came from the forest. Immediately after, a youth in black walked out from the forest. Chapter 42. Chen Qi was a level 9 Jin Qi warrior in the battle martial ancestor. He had a first-class battle skill and had comprehended the true meaning of a first-class movement skill. His position in the battle martial ancestor was very high. Good. Chen Qi, help me catch him. My brother will teach you the battle skill when we get back. Ling Fei was overjoyed. With Chen Qi's help, this matter was very likely to succeed. No problem. It's just a level 7 guy. It's a piece of cake. Chen Qi nodded. His figure flickered and disappeared into the forest. Chen Qi was very fast. Not long after his figure disappeared into the forest, the sound of fighting could be heard. Come on, I've caught him. Chen Qi's laughter was heard. Let's go. This damn thing, I'm going to cut him into pieces. Ling Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he chased after Chen Qi with the others. In the forest, Zichen suffered a small loss. After comprehending the true meaning of a first-class movement skill, Chen Qi's speed was much faster than his. The opponent suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. Zichen threw a punch and was directly knocked back. The blood and qi in his body churned, but Zichen forcibly suppressed it and did not vomit blood. The wounds on his body also slowly healed while he was running away. As his body became stronger, Zichen's recovery ability also became stronger. Kid, you have nowhere to run today. Offending Ling Fei is equivalent to offending the King of Hell. Even your senior brother Chen Feng can't protect you. Chen Qi said coldly. How despicable. You, a level 9 Jin Qi warrior, actually dared to launch a sneak attack from behind. Zichen's eyes were filled with disdain. The aura around him surged and a surge of battle intent rose. Only a level 9 Jin Qi warrior, he was not completely powerless. Stabbing the black sword into the ground, Zichen coldly stared at Chen Qi. Little thing, you're only a level 7 Jin Qi warrior. Don't tell me you still want to fight. Then I'll accompany you. Chen Qi laughed and rushed towards Zichen. Numerous palm prints appeared. Chen Qi had already used a first-class battle skill. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger resounded. Zichen unleashed his fusion battle skill and transformed into the king of the forest. His posture was vigorous and elegant. It's useless. Even the fierce crimson tiger isn't a match for me, let alone your puny tiger fist. Chen Qi laughed sinisterly. The palm print flipped again, pressing down on Zichen. Clashing sounds kept coming out from the forest. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows before finally separating with a loud bang. What kind of combat skill is that? Chen Qi, who had been disdainful before, had a solemn expression on his face. There was a difference of 2 levels of true qi and 2 levels of battle skill between them, yet he was unable to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, his opponent's ferocious tiger fist did not look like the ferocious tiger fist at all. To think that you're only at true energy stage 9. So you're actually a coward. You've comprehended the true meaning of your footwork, but you haven't even started learning combat skills. It seems that you're always thinking about how to escape. Zichen laughed disdainfully. The current him didn't put Chen Qi in his eyes at all. Once he used Thunderbolt Finger, Zichen had full confidence in defeating his opponent. You're courting death. Being humiliated by a stage 7 true Qi brat, Chen Qi was furious. His aura surged once again as he used Firmament Palm. Because of his anger, the Firmament Palm that he hadn't been able to start learning for a long time actually showed signs of starting learning. Brat, I've already started learning Firmament Palm. Prepare to die. The angry Chen Qi suddenly laughed. Learning firmament palm was an unexpected surprise. Idiot. Zi Chen coldly replied. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura emerged from his body. In an instant, Zi Chen seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. After more than a month of intensive training, coupled with the demonstration of the lightning youth, Zi Chen's understanding of Thunderbolt finger deepened once again. He pointed out a finger. His finger was already shining with a silver light. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning raged towards Chen Qi like an angry dragon. A finger turned into a bolt of lightning. No, this is Nimbus martial ancestor's strongest combat skill. Chen Qi's angry eyes suddenly had a touch of fear. He naturally knew that the Nimbus martial ancestor's strongest combat skill was the most powerful of all first-class combat skills. He hurriedly retracted his palm print and instantly changed from attack to defense. Palm prints spread out in front of him. Boom! The bolt of lightning fell with a loud explosion. The palm prints instantly collapsed under the force of the lightning. Immediately after, Chen Qi's body was like a fallen leaf being swept up by a strong wind, drifting backwards. A line of blood streaked across the air. Chen Qi had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. With one blow, Chen Qi was injured. Zi Chen had won. Go to hell. However, before Zi Chen could rejoice, he felt a dangerous aura approaching him. The hair on his body instantly stood on end. His whole body subconsciously dodged to the side. Puff! A bolt of sword light swept across Zi Chen's back. In an instant, a long gash appeared on the back of his shoulder. Blood dyed Zi Chen's green robe red. Kid, what a fast reaction speed. What a tough body. Zi Chen turned around and saw a man holding a long sword. His opponent's body was surging with level 9 Jin Qi. A sudden sneak attack could even injure a level 9 Jin Qi cultivator, but Zi Chen was only lightly injured. The man looked at Zi Chen in surprise. The long sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Are all you people who fight the Nimbus martial ancestor so shameless? Sneak attacking a level 9 Jin Qi cultivator? Cold sweat had already formed on Zi Chen's forehead. This was completely due to fear. In his heart, he was rejoicing that the long saber in his opponent's hand wasn't a first-rate weapon. Otherwise, this attack wouldn't have just left a cut, but would have cut off his entire right arm. It's good that you can kill the enemy. Who cares if he's sneak attacking or not? The man sneered and did not waste any more words. The long sword in his hand shone coldly, and a bolt of sword light once again rushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen flipped his left hand and the black sword appeared in his hand. As the pitch-black sword light flashed, the flowing light sword art clashed with the long sword. Ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously. Zi Chen relied on the fact that he had a first-rate weapon and used the flowing light sword, which he was not very familiar with, to block the man's attacks. However, after a few exchanges, Zi Chen was showing signs of being defeated. Tai Kai, help me kill him. Chen Qi's weak voice came from the intense battle. It seemed that Zi Chen's attack had injured him quite badly. Don't worry. Although Thunderbolt Finger is powerful, it also depends on who is using it. Tai Kai's long sword was swung wildly. Blade light flashed and formed a dense net of blades, covering Zi Chen's head. Tai Kai's attack was extremely sharp and dense. Zi Chen had no choice but to retreat. Scram, I'm not going to accompany you. After retreating for more than 10 steps, Zi Chen finally caught his breath. Only now did he have the chance to launch the second Thunderbolt Finger. Lightning flashed between his fingers again. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger, sending a bolt of lightning towards Tai Kai. Mountain-splitting blade. Tai Kai's pupils shrunk slightly. His battle intent suddenly rose. A sharp aura spread out from his body. His long sword let out a sword cry. Blade light flashed and killing intent filled the air. Boundless aura surged from the long sword. It was like a giant blade that could split the sky as it ruthlessly slashed towards the lightning. Boom! When the long saber landed on the lightning, there was a loud explosion. An intense energy fluctuation appeared from where the two collided and surged out in all directions. The ground cracked and fissures spread out. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of Tai Kai's second-rate weapon. Immediately after, a cracking sound rang out as the saber shattered. The fragments shot out in all directions. At the same time, one of the fragments streaked across Tai Kai's face, leaving behind a bloody scar. The powerful impact caused Tai Kai to retreat several steps. The blood and qi in his body churned. After retreating 8 steps, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he sat on the ground. The forest was filled with smoke. Fallen leaves swirled in the air, obstructing one's vision. When the energy fluctuations dissipated, Ling Fei and the others finally arrived. However, they only saw Chen Qi lying on the ground and Tai Kai leaning against a tree root. Both of them were injured. There was no trace of Zi Chen. What's going on? Ling Fei's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had just happened. It hadn't even been 15 minutes since Chen Qi sent out the signal. In such a short amount of time, both Chen Qi and Tai Kai were injured. Ling Fei, who did you offend? This guy is simply abnormal. He actually comprehended the Nimbus martial ancestor's thunderbolt finger. Tai Kai said weakly. His injuries were clearly not light. As for Chen Qi, he was already very weak. He could only sit cross-legged and heal. Thunderbolt finger. Ling Fei's expression changed. The Zhon martial ancestor's Sky Tyrant fist, the Nimbus martial ancestor's thunderbolt finger, and the Xian martial ancestor's Vajra palm. These were all famous battle techniques. Among them, the most difficult one to cultivate was the Nimbus martial ancestor's thunderbolt finger. It was once called a useless battle technique. I didn't provoke him. He provoked me and stole my things. Ling Fei clenched his teeth. He didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult to deal with. He actually comprehended the thunderbolt finger. Right, where is he? Ling Fei suddenly asked. He ran away. Tai Kai said matter-of-factly. He wasn't embarrassed at all. There were many geniuses in the world who could challenge those with higher realms. Just like their sect's Zhong Haotian, he was able to injure the 10th disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor when he was only at level 8 Zhen Qi. One had to know that the opponent was at level 10 Zhen Qi. Ling Fei, although this guy is only at level 7 Zhen Qi, his physique is comparable to a peak level 8 beast. Moreover, his comprehension of battle techniques is also very deep. He can be considered a genius. Moreover, he is not weaker than Zhong Haotian. At this critical moment, you better not provoke him. Tai Kai warned. HMPH, Zhong Haotian must die. As for that Nimbus martial ancestor, he actually dared to provoke me. So what if he is talented? Since we can kill Zhong Haotian, we can also kill this guy. Killing one is killing two is also killing. It seems that I have to go find cousin Ling Chen. I think he would be very happy to kill a genius. Ling Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. After saying that, Ling Fei led the group and left. In less than 2 days after arriving at the spiritual herbal garden, Zi Chen started to run again. This time, he fought against 2 level 9 Zhen Qi experts. Although he obtained an unprecedented victory, his injuries were not light. There were several wounds all over his body. If it wasn't for his strong physique, which allowed his wounds to heal faster, he would have died here today. Facing 2 level 9 Zhen Qi experts, the 2 thunderbolt fingers consumed all of his Zhen Qi. At this moment, Zi Chen was only relying on his strong physique. Chapter 43. Zi Chen found a hidden hole halfway up the mountain. After carefully covering his footprints, Zi Chen hid in the hole. After a fierce battle, his true qi was completely exhausted. Zi Chen felt hungry and thirsty. Because the cloth bundle had shattered, he had already lost his rations. At this moment, Zi Chen was only left with the 7 Yi Ling Ganoderma. This is it. It can cure hunger and also help me break through. Zi Chen took out the Ganoderma from his bosom. He plucked off the leaves and put them into his mouth. As expected of the 7 Yi Ling Ganoderma. It melted in his mouth and a sweet taste rushed into his stomach. It was like nectar, nourishing his mind. Zi Chen sat down cross-legged to refine the Ganoderma. The energy of the 7 Yi Ling Ganoderma flowed through his meridians. After half a cycle, it was completely absorbed by his heart. After that, it was fed back with pure silver energy. Within this energy, there were occasional flashes of lightning. Under this energy, Zichen's body once again underwent a transformation. Time passed. In the outside world, Ling Fei was organizing people to search for Zichen. In the whole, Zichen was undergoing a transformation of his strength. His constitution was at the pinnacle of grade 8, and he was on his way to grade 9. It was just that the amount of energy required to break through this time was too great. Fortunately, Zichen had a 7-leaf Lingji. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time for him to break through smoothly. Time passed day by day. Everyone had a good harvest in the spiritual herbal garden. The abundance of spiritual herbal garden was far beyond their imagination. Because they had just entered, everyone had focused on harvesting spiritual herbal garden. Currently, there were not many deaths due to fighting. Xu Yang had already reached the peak of the true Qi realm. He was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. However, without the help of the Xiantian pellet, it would be very difficult for him to break through. As the number 1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Xu Yang seemed to be very impressive. However, no one knew how much he had to pay in order to obtain a Xiantian pellet. The price of a Xiantian pellet was indescribably high. If one was not a core disciple, it would be very difficult to obtain one. However, this trip to the spiritual herbal garden was an opportunity. There were many spirit herbs here, but Xu Yang had not picked a single spirit herb since he had been here for several days. Previously, he had seen 100 or 200-year spirit herbs, but they were all ignored by him. At this moment, he was leading the other 4 disciples of the 10 inner disciples through the forest. Big brother, are we really not going to pick spirit herbs? There are a lot of spirit herbs here. If we take them back and exchange them for contribution points, it should be enough to exchange for a Xiantian pellet. This person was the 3rd of the 10 disciples of the inner sect. He was strong, but his brain was not very bright. All he had was brute force. After all this time, he couldn't help but ask. Our main mission is to kill Zichen and establish a relationship with Chen Feng. As for a mere elixir, there is no need to rush. Xu Yang indifferently said. It's already been several days and Zichen still hasn't appeared. This place is so big, what should we do if we can't find him? The 3rd disciple continued, in my opinion, it's better to first pick the spirit herbs. Xu Yang smiled, but didn't say anything. The 5th disciple said, 3rd brother, you don't know. Big brother means that in the future, we will be Chen Feng's people. Following the future sect leader will naturally bring us many benefits. As for those spirit herbs, aren't there a lot of people picking them for us? Oh, so that's how it is. The 3rd disciple finally reacted. The 3 great sects are all here. With so many people, there is nothing to worry about here. Naturally, the strong have the final say. The 3rd disciple was not stupid. There is no need to rush the matter of the spirit herbs. However, Zichen's matter is a bit troublesome. Xu Yang slightly frowned. Troublesome? Just kill him. The 3rd disciple said. You don't understand. Xu Yang shook his head. This Zichen has offended Chen Feng, but he has curried favor with Su Mengyao. I know a bit about the Nimbus martial ancestor. This Su Mengyao's status is not ordinary. It seems that all the elders are somewhat afraid of her. Even the 1st elder is the same. Isn't Su Mengyao relying on Chen Feng? What background does she have? Isn't it just relying on her beauty? A disciple asked. Xu Yang shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. It's just some inside information, but no matter how hard I try, I can't find out anything. But with Chen Feng's impatient nature, once he wants something, he will eagerly get it. But when it comes to Su Mengyao, he seems to have maintained his rationality and has always followed the rules. This only proves that senior brother Chen Feng is an upright gentleman. The 3rd disciple said. Ha ha. Xu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. But in his heart, he thought, if Chen Feng is an upright gentleman, then there are no hypocrites in this world. This Zichen really is lucky. His looks aren't all that great, but he managed to obtain Lin Shui and Su Mengyao's favor. It really is like a toad accidentally biting a swan. The 5th disciple said. This matter is also a coincidence. For a toad to be able to bite a swan, It seems to have something to do with senior brother Chen Feng. Xu Yang mysteriously smiled and didn't say anything else. This matter concerned Chen Feng, the future head of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The others knew what to ask and what not to ask. That's right, big brother. What about the matter of Chen Feng telling us to kill Zhong Haotian? So everyone deliberately ignored the previous question. This matter concerns the Nimbus martial ancestor. It's best if we don't interfere and let them resolve it themselves. But if we see him, we might as well kill him. After all, the 10th disciple still hasn't recovered from his injuries. Xu Yang said. Yes. The others nodded and walked forward. Their goal was Zi Chen. They didn't even care about spirit herbs, so they definitely wouldn't pay attention to an unremarkable hole. At this moment, the person they were looking for, Zi Chen, was inside the hole. He had heard every single word of their conversation, but he didn't react. That was because Zi Chen had already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. His body was currently absorbing the silver energy and undergoing a transformation. This was a critical transformation, so it would take a long time. Time passed. During this time, several people walked past the crater, but no one noticed the inconspicuous crater. Until one day, the sound of chaotic footsteps once more rang out nearby. Dozens of Nimbus martial ancestors' disciples rushed out of the forest. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their auras surged as they chased after an azure-robed youth. Zhong Haotian, today will be the day you die. A familiar voice rang out. Ling Fei walked out of the forest, followed by Tai Kai and Chen Qi. Both of their injuries had already healed. The youth running in front of him was Zhong Haotian. Previously, he had used the strength of the 8th level to injure the 10th level of the spiritual martial sect's inner sect disciple. But today, his face was deathly pale, as if he was heavily injured. Puff! He didn't run far before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body couldn't help but sway, and he almost fell. Zhong Haotian, today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Ling Fei sneered. Dozens of people rushed over and surrounded the injured Zhong Haotian. Despicable. You people from the Ling family are all the same. Zhong Haotian's eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Ling Fei. There were 30 people in front of him, but the strongest were Chen Qi and Tai Kai. The rest were all small fries. If these people wanted to injure Zhong Haotian, at least half of them would die. So Zhong Haotian didn't care about these small fries. But he didn't expect that Ling Chen, who was at the peak of level 10 True Qi, would actually launch a sneak attack. With one attack, Zhong Haotian was seriously injured. It seemed that there was something important. After the attack, Ling Chen didn't kill him and left in a hurry. This gave the seriously injured Zhong Haotian a chance to escape. He ran for a day and a night. Now, Zhong Haotian's injury finally acted up, and he was helplessly surrounded. You're the one who's ignorant. It's good that you can kill. Who said that killing must be done openly? Ling Fei's eyes had a hint of ridicule. With a wave of his hand, Chen Qi and Tai Kai approached Zhong Haotian. Ling Fei was very cautious, even when facing the seriously injured Zhong Haotian. Before you die, do you have any last words? Ling Fei took a few steps back and asked indifferently. Yes, I will kill you. Zhong Haotian's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. His pale face suddenly had a hint of redness. His body suddenly exploded, and a tyrannical aura appeared from his seriously injured body. Do it. Chen Qi and Tai Kai looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Their 9th layer Zhen Qi was displayed, and they rushed towards Zhong Haotian. At the same time, some of the surrounding 8th layer Zhen Qi cultivators also rushed towards Zhong Haotian. A battle began in an instant. No one cared about an inconspicuous hole. Peng! Zhong Haotian's fist flashed with a dazzling light. He used the battle martial ancestor's strongest first-class battle skill, the Sky Tyrant Fist, and knocked Chen Qi back with one punch. Scram! At the same time, Zhong Haotian threw out another punch. With a loud bang, Tai Kai was also sent flying. Puff! The two accumulated attacks caused Zhong Haotian's injury to worsen. He spat out blood again, and the injury that he forcefully suppressed worsened again. Zhong Haotian didn't care. His red eyes stared at Ling Fei, and he used the Sky Tyrant fist again. With one punch, an expert was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in the forest. No one present could withstand Zhong Haotian's crazy punch. Some were sent flying, and some had their bones broken. But at the same time, every time Zhong Haotian threw out a punch, there would be one or several attacks landing on him. Do it, kill him. He's already at the end of his rope. Seeing Zhong Haotian coughing out blood again, Ling Fei shouted, and his figure retreated again. The rest of the people surrounded him, and one battle skill after another appeared. Under the siege, Zhong Haotian was defeated, and in the end, he couldn't reach Ling Fei. Soon, Zhong Haotian's clothes were dyed red with blood. His red eyes were filled with unwillingness. I can't accept this. If there's a next life, I will definitely destroy all of you. Zhong Haotian was seriously injured, and his black hair danced wildly. He looked up to the sky and roared. Even a genius couldn't resist the siege of everyone. There's no next life. Zhong Haotian, so what if you're talented? You're always putting on a cold face and acting cool. How many people have you offended? Today is the day you die. Zhong Haotian was about to die. Only then did Ling Fei muster up his courage and say with a sinister smile, "You don't know what's good for you. Seeing that your talent is not bad, we wanted to rope you in. I didn't expect you to kill my cousin. That's because he deserved to die. He committed all kinds of crimes at such a young age. Of all things to learn, he actually learned to rape and pillage. Then you also deserve to die. You killed my cousin. Today is the day you die." Ling Fei said loudly, "But you won't die in vain. In a few days, there will be a genius called Zi Chen who will meet you on the Yellow Springs Road. I hope you can wait a few more days on the Yellow Springs Road so that you won't be lonely. Kill." Ling Fei gave the last order. Boom. However, in the next moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a green figure appeared from the ground. Like a green lightning bolt, it pointed at Ling Fei.